Herzlich willkommen.
A very warm welcome to the second day of the conference Dealing with the Past, which the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in East Germany has invited you, together with the Federal Commissioner for the new federal states. It's great that you are joining us. It's great that you are here. Today, during the second day, we'll also be looking at memories and remembrance and reconciling ourselves with system change and transformations in the 20th century. So we are looking at different ways of dealing with the past in different countries after the end of dictatorships. And transitional justice isn't just made up of national or international criminal proceedings. When it comes to recreating justice, there's now a broad range of instruments, different mechanisms that can be used, such as truth commissions, enquête commissions, amnesties, giving access to files, and so on. With all of this, you often come across supposed opposites, where boundaries aren't very clear, where it's actually hard to say what is even justice, and whether something should be dealt with on the revenge or whether reconciliation is a feasible path. So today's conference is all about the different tools that are available, and Rainer Huhle is the first to introduce us to this topic. Rainer Huhle is a renowned expert in the field of transitional justice. He'll give us plenty of input for the subsequent discussions and panels. Rainer Huhle is a political scientist and the co-founder of the Nuremberg Human Rights Center from 2011 to 2019. He was a member of the UN Committee on Enforced Disappearances. So he's traveled all the way to Berlin. And all of you are invited to join the discussion, and please put your questions into the chat. You'll see just what addresses you can use shortly. But now I'd like to say, Rainer Huhle, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to the foundation, and Mrs. Kutscher, thank you for your friendly words of welcome. For somebody who is not a historian on Eastern Europe and no expert on the history of communism, it is always a big challenge to speak about topics of dealing with the past in such contexts. And this is what I wanted to say right at the beginning. Despite this, I tried in my keynote to throw a glance at the transition and transition societies in post-communist countries as well. I thought about the general aspiration of dealing with the past. And what I came across right away was the title of the conference. Dealing with the past is a very neutral term, and that is why I like it very much. It has no burden with it. In contrast to the term I grew up with, Vergangenheitsbewältigung, reconciliation or coping with the past. Maybe you remember that Theodor Adorno named the element of violence in this term, coping with the past or reconciliation. And I was very disappointed when I looked for the term dealing with the past in the English Wikipedia. The first thing I saw on the website was the German term Vergangenheitsbewältigung. So it's not easy to get away from this terminology, but we are trying to get away from it because dealing with the past is becoming even more universal. When I prepared for today, I also across a part of our own history in Nuremberg. I hadn't forgotten it, but it was somewhere very deep in my memory, and it was a conference that took place in November 1991. It was a conference called Trialogue, Human Rights Without Justice, ? A conference that we held. And I think it was the first attempt in Germany to invite human rights defenders and people who participated in overcoming dictatorships from 3 different contexts, namely from Latin America, from different Eastern European countries, and from the just reunified Germany. And this also included the West German discussion about National Socialism. I can say it right away. This conference was extremely interesting, but it can also be perceived as a splendid failure because the trialogue did not take place in the way that we wanted it to happen. There were a lot of misunderstandings. People talked not always with each other, but against each other. I've been teaching transitional justice at the university for quite some time now, and this is why I have been dealing with the whole background of transitional justice. And I realized that only 4 months after our conference, a conference took place in Salzburg in Österreich in 1992 with very popular speakers. It was organized, among others, by the American Peace Foundation. And this conference is very well documented. The director of the American Peace Foundation, Neil Kritz, wrote 3 thick volumes about it. And this is something like the Bible of transitional justice, at least when it comes to the beginnings of it. And in I read his foreword, and I experienced a flashback because that is what he's writing. I will read it out in English, and I'm sure you'll get an interpretation into German. He writes,
1992, some 50 participants from 21 countries gathered in Salzburg, Austria, for a 2-day conference organized by the New York-based Charter 77 Foundation. The group included a Czech journalist, members of the Lithuanian and Uruguayan parliaments, a former president of Argentina, a Hungarian philosopher, a professor of history from Madrid, and a member of the Bulgarian Constitutional Court. The subject of the meeting was the one thing this diverse collection of individuals had in common. Each came from a country which had suffered through a brutal and repressive regime, been liberated, and was obliged to cope with the legacy of that ousted system. One major theme of the conference and of the effort to compile the present 3-volume collection was the extent to which the Central and Eastern Europeans and former Soviets, who were just emerging from communist rule, could learn any useful lessons from the Latin American transitions of the previous decade. A fascinating undertone seemed to dominate the first day of the conference, as the assembled began to describe the experience of their respective nations. In words spoken and unspoken, in skeptical glances and general body language, the Latin Americans and Europeans seemed to be expressing the same thing to one another. The suffering of our people during the old regime and the difficulties resulting from our legacy is far worse than any hardship you endured. Ours is the greater pain. There is little we can learn from your experience. Soweit dieser kurze Ausschnitt aus dem Vorwort von Neil.
That's just a short part of this forward of Neil Kritz for this 3-volume documentation of the conference. And I would like to add one thing to his description, namely that there was not only a competition between the victims, but also a certain mistrust against the backgrounds and the goals of the other side. So the question was, where is this transition to bring us? And that is what I would like to explain a bit more in detail now. I would like to name the different aspects and the reasons, and I think we are going to talk about the rest later together. The Kritz spoke about a way of behaving like a teacher, and maybe this really created an atmosphere of mistrust at the beginning. But there are other reasons why it was so difficult to understand each other at this first phase of transitional justice. I think the most important thing is to understand that the transition from a dictatorship to whatever kind of democracy was not as easy as we thought it would be. And there is no fit-for-all process. What is important is to see that the dictatorships were very different from each other, and that these different natures also shaped the transition process and the goals of the phase after the dictatorships. In Eastern Europe, we have countries who were under communist rule for a very long time. In Latin America, the longest dictatorship was the Chilean one, at which it existed 15 or 17 years, but most of them were much shorter. Another important difference is that the Latin American dictatorships were brutal military dictatorships, which came to power with the help of a coup d'etat, and they enforced a rule that was unprecedented in Latin America, although Latin America was used to military dictatorships, but they weren't used to that brutality and systematic approach. So this is a big difference. And these military dictatorships took place against the background of experiences of democracy. Latin America was a continent where rule of law already existed, more or less, since the colonial era. And very often this was not a rule of law as we know it today. However, it existed. And once the Latin American republics gained their independence in the early 19th century, were states based on constitutions. And the constitution was an orientation point for the states, for the society. In practice, of course, there were rulers who exerted power more strongly than the constitutions. But in countries as Chile or Uruguay, we can speak of role models of democracy in the Latin American continent. And for these countries, these military coup d'etats were a backlash. Another difference is that the communist dictatorships were entrenched in society much deeper than the Latin American ones. There were no serious attempts of General Pinochet, for example, to mobilize the people for their goals. You won't find any testimonies of groups of Argentinians or Chileans who marched the roads of the capitals of Chile or Argentina in order to celebrate their rulers. There were no organizational forms of society that supported the goals of the military dictatorships. Maybe it's a bit bold to say this, to say that the communist dictatorships had a little bit more legitimacy because of the fact that they had this. Of course, we question this today, but I think that there were such processes, and this may be connected to the fact that the goal of communism was something that can be justified ethically, even if its realization was very doubtful. But the goal of a military dictatorship that only served a small elite of power cannot be justified ethically for nobody. And that is why these dictatorships were never really rooted in the societies. Another point is that at that time, there were different forms of transition and different goals of the transition period. The goals of establishing the truth and prosecution in Latin America were very important goals of transition, particularly the criminal prosecution. There is a big difference to Eastern Europe. When we held our conferences back then, we always talked about these topics, and the Eastern Europeans never understood why the Latin Americans were so keen on criminal prosecution. But that was the time of a struggle against impunity, which was very important, which was crucial, and played an important role for the human rights movement, the Journey principles, and so on. In Eastern Europe, there were different questions in focus. Lustration, for example. This means rather an administrative dealing with the past than a legal one. This was something that happened in Latin America, but more rarely. As was said yesterday, the elites remained in power. However, there were some criminal proceedings against people who participated in torture, in letting people disappear. So in only some cases, as in Argentina, the people who were responsible were put to trial, but the large goal was to try them. And of course, we always have to take into account the different goals of societies. Yesterday, we spoke about the term Umbruch, upheaval or break. In Latin America, we speak rather about a break, which is now also part of the transitional justice. Now we speak about a transition, which can be very smooth and longer. But this was also a big difference between Latin America and Eastern Europe. After all that I've mentioned, now I would also like to add that the opposition movement in Eastern Europe and in the post-communist regimes was much more heterogeneous, ideologically heterogeneous. The social groups which participated were much more heterogeneous than in Latin America, where it was easier to understand which groups were the protagonists of this struggle. And this is also connected to the fact that the dictatorships were not able to get rooted into society as deeply as in Eastern Europe. Our task and the goal of the conference of Salzburg in 1991 and 1992 was a very bold one. It was an ambitious goal, and in some respect, maybe too ambitious. It was characterized by naiveness, by enthusiasm, about this global trend that dictatorships were coming to an end, and it seemed that democracies would emerge. Others even spoke about the end of history at that time. So the idea that this was a global process that is going on according to the same principles was an idea that characterized our thinking back then. But then we learned that it is not enough to see the commonalities, but that we also have to take into account the different features. But here I would like to come to an end. I think that Mrs. Kutscher will ask some more questions about this topic. Thank you very much.
Vielen, vielen Dank. Ja, ich warte noch, bis Sie
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to wait for you to take a seat just for a sec. Well, Mr. Huhle, you described it perfectly, the grand failure in 1991 and 92 during the first meetings that was still characterized by mutual mistrust and competition between victims. And now, 30 years later, recognition that there isn't really, as you have said, fit for all process. There isn't a golden rule or a silver bullet for transitional justice. But at this point, I would like to bring up two questions that actually came from the audience yesterday. So when is the right moment for transitional justice? And what social preconditions need to be met for transitional justice? Well, the right moment for transitional justice is actually a transition. Because without any transition, there can't be any progress. And then, of course, it depends on what elements of transitional justice we are talking about. In Salzburg, for example, at a very high level, it was a very interesting discussion concerning the right moment for criminal proceedings in that instance. The term transitional justice actually, comprises justice. That's the only element, really, of justice contained in that term. So, if we concentrate on legal proceedings, on court proceedings, there was a discussion on when that should be and when it can be, when that can take place. And I'm thinking that Rosario Figari will talk some more about this. It's known that Argentina was the only country in Latin America that dared relatively quickly to do this. This was a situation when the military just had to go after a shameful action, and they lost a lot of their prestige and power. So that was the only country where criminal proceedings were instigated against the highest ranking military persons, those responsible for the dictatorship. This did not take place in Chile. There was no success, not in Paraguay either. There was actually a decision by a public vote against such proceedings. And during that first phase, other Latin American countries also didn't follow suit. Later they did, but from those events, I would never propose a theory that could determine an ideal point in time when such proceedings make sense after the end of a dictatorship. I believe that such a demand always needs to be on the table, and efforts always need to be made to actually instigate this. That means you have to create the prerequisites. These criminal or judiciary proceedings, they don't just happen in thin air. They're part of a much bigger, complex process that has many more elements. In Latin America, then the idea was to instigate truth commissions. And I think quite rightly it was seen as a replacement of the judicial proceedings that couldn't take place. They only have, they also have their own intrinsic value. I mean, just because you take someone to court doesn't mean you might not also need a truth commission. A truth commission can probably give a much comprehensive picture than court proceedings can, but especially in countries like Chile, it was a sort of replacement method, for the failure to establish court proceedings. Okay, well, now we're talking about the right to justice. You talked about the struggle against impunity, and in the toolbox of transitional justice, amnesty legislation is also mentioned, or amnesties more broadly speaking. So would you say that a general amnesty for perpetrators and the rule of law are contradictory? Do they not exclude one another? Yes, amnesty is not really a part of the toolbox, as you have called it, of transitional justice. In particular, in European history, amnesties are deeply embedded as a measure that was necessary during peace processes. Sometimes it has even been prescribed. In the Peace of Westphalia, for example, it was prohibited to even talk about the crimes of the other side after the fact. But it has kind of lost its luster a little bit in the context of peace after armed, not necessarily in the context of peace after armed conflicts, but in the context of coping with dictatorships, because there crimes were committed that cannot be excused by acts of war, but these are crimes that fundamentally contravene human rights. And if you give an amnesty to that, then the message is, well, it wasn't really so bad and maybe it can happen again. So amnesties are questioned very much by the fourth element of the joint principles, the guarantees of non-recurrence. But then again, you do need to take a closer look at amnesties. Not every amnesty is necessarily a bad thing. In Spain, for example, there was an amnesty that simply said, okay, everything falls under the amnesty. Superficially, this was instigated for the Republican side, but the perpetrators of Francoism were also included in that then. So that isn't a solution in the sense of transitional justice, those kinds of amnesties. But let me add, I do find it really interesting that Louis Journet, the French judge who is responsible for the fantastic principles that the United Nations then adopted, that 10 years prior, he wrote a document for the United Nations on the use of amnesties. In particular, when the purpose is to create peace, and there he says amnesties could also comprise the opponents of a regime. For all his life, he was a very humanitarian judge who questioned particular types of punishments, especially for young people, and actually wanted to uphold the social side of justice. I'm saying this because when we prepared our conference, we also had a discussion around this. Wolf-Dieter Narr, who unfortunately died a few years ago, he played a role in the German transition process. He said to us one day, well, what do you want with your insistence on punishment? I'm engaged in a struggle to empty prisons, to not put so many people behind bars, but they are two different things. You can be a reformer of the judicial system, but still seek punishment of perpetrators of crimes against humanity. I'm getting a question from the audience, which goes back to our previous topic, namely the truth commissions, the right to truth. The question to you is, Mr. Huhle, what do you think? Why were truth commissions chosen, well, not chosen, sorry, as a form of engaging with the past after the communist regimes? Yes, that's a good question. I asked myself that question, and I regret the fact that it didn't happen. As you said, in Germany, we didn't have a truth commission as such. tell you in just a moment what I would define under that term. So we had an enquête commission in Germany. That was a state-led commission. A truth commission is characterized by the fact that it is publicly sanctioned and put into place and also financed, of course, by the state, but that the members of the Truth Commission should be as plural as possible and are selected to reflect that plurality. The mandate usually says, well-regarded personalities, known for their high morals. Of course, they can't be linked to the dictatorship, but they shouldn't be part of the opposition either. And they then had great autonomy in terms of how to execute their mandate. So something like this, indeed, it never existed in Germany, and I believe also not in many other Eastern European countries. So I actually think that this is a missed opportunity. Globally, of course, what's being admired is a Gauck Commission dealing with the Stasi legacy. That's also part of, finding the truth, but it isn't a truth commission as such. It's just securing the files of the former Stasi. But that, of course, is a prerequisite for a truth commission to be working properly. If the truth commission doesn't have the mandate to require files, for example, the files that it needs, then
Mandat einfach beschränkt worden ist.
It should make very clear that it cannot fulfill its mandate. And out of the 50 truth commissions that exist round about today around the world, there were many, in fact, that really only had very limited mandates, not as comprehensive as the example of Chile or Peru. That's another very effective truth commission in Peru. So I assume there wasn't enough pressure from civil societies after the political changes in Eastern Europe, in the post-communist countries. And that is also, of course, a prerequisite. It's not just the state that needs to be willing and able. That's the first transition. Usually it's the first transition government that instigates truth commissions. So it can't just be the government's role, but civil society also needs to want this. Okay, so we talked about the right to truth, the right to justice. I believe that another prerequisite for the legal side of dealing with the past is trust in the judiciary system. What we're observing, however, is that even if there is trust in the judiciary system, and that's an international phenomenon, victims still call for justice. So that sense that justice has been served is often not achieved. So would you say that right and justice are different things, and can they ever really come together? Oh, gosh. Yeah, we're talking very philosophically here. Yes, of course, the truth and law are different things. In the German language, there's a clear distinction. Fatally, other languages, and mostly those that are based on Latin, there isn't that clear distinction. Justice, justitia, for example, can mean both. It can mean justice in the sense of justice or in the sense of legal justice. So, yeah, there was a famous lawyer at some point, or legal expert, I forget the name. He said, law is the opposite of justice. I mean, legal proceedings are just that. They're proceedings, really, and that offer room for negotiation, and then a judge takes a decision. So it isn't necessarily, that decisions are always just. It's just that there is a decision. So that's how we can read law as well. Okay, so the right to justice is actually a right to the rule of law and legal security. Yes, it is to some degree, but that isn't obviously what victims of human rights violations are looking for, especially if there's mistrust in the judiciary system or the judges in particular. I think there's hardly a better example as Germany after 1949. where more than half of the judges and prosecutors had already served under the Nazi regime. So, and sometimes we saw pretty directly the kind of judgments that then came out of that system. So that, of course, is a structural problem. After a change, a significant regime shift, you won't be able to completely exchange your judges and other personnel. Then it very much depends on other measures that are also part of transitional justice and that are commonly subsumed under the idea of vetting. So that it isn't just particular key people that somehow especially represent the brutality of the previous regime, that they should be exchanged, but that there should be clear guidelines within the judiciary apparatus, that there should be rules, for example, for correct behavior, in particular of judges, but also prosecutors. Prosecutors in Latin America have a lot of power during court proceedings. Because without those rules, it would never work, and that there should also be institutions of control. What's happened in Poland, for example, is a bit of a perverse example, but of course it also needs supervisory bodies for the judiciary system, especially during times of transition, as much as we have to uphold the independence of the judiciary. So additional measures in that field, they can lead to certain collisions with fundamental principles of a state of law. And the fantastic first special rapporteur of the United Nations for transitional justice, Pablo Legrave, a Colombian philosopher, he actually said it very well in his analysis. He said that you need to find the right measure, but that specific courts, for example, for judging those who were mostly responsible for crimes during a dictatorship, that such special courts are created is possible as part of transitional justice. But you can also say that there isn't a right for to a particular judge. Kirchheimer, for example, has thought long and hard about this and justified this. Nuremberg, of course, was also a special court, just like that. So, the fact that this wasn't a regular court surely is not really an argument to say Nuremberg trials should never have taken place. I mean, which court should it have been?
Now you mentioned different columns of transitional justice, the right to know, the right to justice. I would like to come back to the guarantee of non-recurrence. So this is the most difficult thing. How can that be reached? How can you guarantee that things don't happen again? Indeed, it is the least developed element of transitional justice, and this has reasons. It's the most complex element because you can't reach it by single measures. It, of course, depends on which level we discuss this. So if we speak about the rights of individuals, for example, if somebody was tortured and now the state should guarantee that this person won't be tortured again, then this is probably possible. But once we talk about a more abstract level of society, there are too many elements to this process. And what is so interesting about this element of the guarantee of non-recurrence is that it results from the right of reparation or compensation. This is a historical or even philosophical origin. Van Boren wrote about the rights of victims, and the right of non-recurrence seems to be one right of compensation, as it was phrased earlier. So the state has to develop comprehensive public policies in order to prevent a recurrence of crimes that happened. One problem in this term, recurrence, is that almost nothing recurs. In Germany, after 45, we also had this never again, this phrase, as it was there in Argentina, nunca más, never again. Never again in other places too. But of course, the crimes won't happen again in the same way they were committed. So we have to phrase these guarantees of non-recurrence in more general terms, and maybe they should be melted together with the claim or demand for a solid entrenchment of fundamental rights. But everything that you've described now, laws, structures, and so on, this is what we see, that these things can change. So a guarantee that things won't happen again, maybe not in the same shape, but in a similar one. Don't we need a rather comprehensive process that comprises the whole society and involves different civil society actors? So a change of the awareness of society? Is not that the thing that is necessary? Yes, but this should not happen only under the umbrella of non-recurrence. This is what I meant. Let me give you one more example from Latin America. Uruguay also had a military dictatorship, and one of the main actors in the struggle against them were church organizations and human rights groups, religious groups. And one religious personality who was a leader of this struggle and was later assassinated, or it was tried to assassinate him, he said briefly after the end of the dictatorship, we have to look forward. If such things are never going to happen again, Uruguay has to change fundamentally, has to become a more social state. There must be less poverty, more opportunities for participation for the whole society. So participation, democratization, and social justice. This was how he understood the guarantee of non-recurrence, because this automatically meant that this automatically undermines power structures. If there is more participation and if people use the possibilities of participation, then this decreases the power of elites. This is something I learned back then, how important it is to look beyond one's own horizon and not only to look back into the past, but also to understand what kind of society we need in order to prevent things from happening again. So it's not only important to concentrate on the single crimes that were committed during a dictatorship, but to concentrate on institutional changes and to try to prevent a repetition in that way. Okay, at the end, we learned that we need to involve manifold actors, but is transitional justice, it is a process. It can't be reached at once. It is no linear development. You have to expect backlashes. And in Germany, 75 years after the end of the Second World War, we still see that there are proceedings against guards of concentration camps. But what would you say? When is transitional justice successful? Is there an end in the phase of transitional justice? Can we reach a point where we can say it was successful? I never asked myself that question, and I'm not sure whether this question will lead us any further. If we understand transitional justice in the way that I just presented it, that means that it becomes the beginning of a process of reform of society, then that is something without end. And probably in each society, there are points, but not full stops, just some points, some steps reached when we can say, okay, now we can say that this chapter of history has ended, but now we've got new problems, different problems that may be connected to the past indirectly or maybe not. You know, all the problems that we have today that we deal with in the course of globalization don't have anything to do with National Socialism at first glance. So I wouldn't ask that question in that way. I would rather point out that transitional justice must indeed come to a point where it's no longer enough to deal with the past, but where it should open doors to further political and societal reforms. That's a great last sentence. Thank you very much, Mr. Huhle, for sharing your thoughts and insights. We will continue with 4 speakers, and we will discuss different examples, concrete examples of transitional justice and of the process of transitional justice in different countries. From the shadow of the past into the light of reappraisal is the title of our panel. We will get insights into Argentina, Germany, Russia, and Taiwan. We will draw a balance of summarize expectations and transitional processes. We will ask for the results of each different kind of transition and transitional justice. We will ask for hopes and also for corrections. I invite you to join our discussion, and I would now like to welcome our participants who joined us from different regions and countries. A warm welcome to all of you. Let me start with Mrs. Rosario Figari Layús. Mrs. Figari Layús, hello, I hope you can hear me. Rosario Figari Layús is academic associate at the Chair for Peace Studies at the Justus Liebig University of Giessen since October 2018. She worked at different institutions at Buenos Aires, at the Free University of Berlin, and in other institutes. She dealt with human rights and transitional justice, did her PhD on the social impact of criminal trials against human rights violations in Argentina. And she will tell us about this topic in the course of our discussion. A warm welcome to you. I'm very glad that you're with us. Hello, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Let me continue in alphabetical order. We are in different places, but just some houses apart from each other, because our next participant is Professor Dr. Axel Klausmeier. Hello, Mr. Klausmeier. Since January 2009, you have been the director of the Berlin Wall Foundation, which, by the way, and that is very interesting for our topic, was founded on the basis of a law in 2008. Back then, this was a very important step to realize the concept of memorials of the Senate of Berlin and the Federation. You will probably tell us more about this later on. Axel Klausmeier is also an honorary professor at the Brandenburg Technical University of Cottbus and Senftenberg. He published many publications on dealing with and educating about historical buildings and cultural landscapes, in particular about the history and the meaning of the Berlin Wall. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Hallo. Ja, ich switche hier weiter auf
I
unserem
will go on in our virtual space to Moscow. Welcome, Nikita Petrov.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. Nikita Petrov is the representative of this Society Memorial from Moscow. He has a very interesting biography. Nikita Petrov has studied chemistry, but then in the course of the perestroika in 1988, he became a member of Memorial, a human rights organization that mainly deals with the repressions under Stalin. He intensely dealt with the crimes under Stalin. And it was the time when the archives were opened, and Nikita Petrov became the deputy head of the Scientific Research and Education Center of Memorial in Moscow, and got access to the archives after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. He was also a member of the expert commission on the process about the prohibition of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and he was allowed to work in the archives of the CK and the KGB. Now, these things are being dealt with much more restrictively in Russia. Some doors have closed again, and Nikita Petrov is one of those people who do very much for these archives to remain open. He published a lot on the repressions under Stalin and by Soviet secret services. He wrote about Secret Service members who worked in Germany, and I'm very happy that you are with us today. A warm welcome to you in Moscow.
Thank you.
And last but not least, I would like to welcome His Excellency, the Ambassador Professor Shieh, the representative of Taiwan in the Federal Republic of Germany. He studied German studies and did his PhD in Germany at the Ruhr University in Bochum. In the course of his life, he worked in different functions. For example, from 1997 to 2002, he was the counselor of the Education Ministry of Taiwan. He was also a minister and head of the Government Information Office, government spokesman. Then he worked as a journalist and led a talk show. And since 2016, he is back to Germany and as the official representative of Taiwan. I'm very glad that you're with us. Thank you very much. Welcome. I'm also very happy. Good morning, everybody. Okay, let me start with Argentina, with you, Mrs. Figari Layús. We asked you to send us a statement beforehand on what you think is the biggest challenge for dealing with the past in your country. And you, Mrs. Figari Layús, you wrote us that during the past 4 decades in Argentina, a number of complementary and contradictory measures for dealing with the past were implemented. There were steps forward and backwards, which represent the struggle of different players. Mrs. Figari Layús, the biggest crimes of the military dictatorship in Argentina, which lasted from 1976 to 1983, they comprise torture, executions, and about 30,000 people disappeared. You speak about contradictory measures. Can you describe what kind of measures these are, and can you explain us the steps forward and back, what that happened in Argentina?
Ich finde es auch, das war sehr interessant, was Sie auch in der Vorgespräch gesprochen haben.
Yes, of course, I'm happy to. I think it was very interesting what you spoke about in the introductory statement. Many aspects were already raised in that. So after the transition from the dictatorship to a so-called democratic government, but the type of transition will influence future governments. That's the first thing to say. There's no strict rupture there are many continuities, especially when it is a negotiated transition, when there was a military defeat, as was the case in Argentina. That means that also in the new government, i.e. the government after the dictatorship, there are power relations that confront each other. We also have the military that had power before. They still have a certain degree of power in order to implement certain agreements. The transitional justice model, there's different models of transitional justice. So it depends really what you can have in a way. It isn't just a question of what transitional justice you want, it's more often a question of what is feasible. In that sense, in the 1980s, there was an opportunity of the commission that searched for the disappeared people. It was actually called the Truth Commission afterwards, but when it was put into place, that concept didn't exist. So the commission had a very specific objective, and its objective was to find out what happened to those who have disappeared. To also find those people who disappeared but survived, those who were prisoners in concentration camps, for example. They also wanted to know what happened. They also gave statements. And the big question was, what happened to the rest of the disappeared? So that was a very important activity. And we can say that this commission didn't have members of the military or perpetrator. And the military, of course, never said anything on that either. Then there was a first court case against the highest ranking responsible persons. It was the process against the juntas. This was in 1985, correct? Really early. Yes, exactly. And that happened in parallel to the commission. But sure, afterwards, you can also see then how powerful these actors continue to be. Later, there was a limitation to the criminal court and also the amnesty laws, and then there were also some pardons that were given. And that shows very often that transitional justice isn't just measures dealing with the past. It's also very much in the politics of the present. So who has the power to decide what we can do now? Under what conditions? Under what threats also? I mean, there might be another coup, for example. What might happen? And then, of course, we also have several actors, and that's why I'm talking about struggles when I say contradiction. Struggles that also characterized the post-dictatorship phase. The result of the demands of human rights organizations or civil society led to much progress in the 1990s and in the years 2000. So it's important to say that there's lots of research on the impacts of military dictatorships, which, by the way, are no longer just called military dictatorships, but civil military dictatorships, because it wasn't just the military that was involved in those governments. Yeah, they did dirty work maybe, but there were also civil sectors that supported the military dictatorships back then, and which today actually are also still there. There were many civilists, entrepreneurs, for example, judges, and so on, because otherwise you can't run a dictatorship. It doesn't happen all by itself, just with military personnel, if you like. So with the new government from 2003, there was more space for the politics of transitional justice, something that human rights organizations have been calling for so long. In 2006, after the Supreme Court voided the amnesty laws, trials began throughout the country against the former military and some civilists. But those are the difficult cases, shall we say. Yeah, maybe you can describe this in a little more detail. Which processes of transitional justice then actually began after that period of silence? And you said that the justice system managed to break. Did it break that pact of silence, would you say? No, it's not entirely broken yet. Yeah, the cases, the court cases that are being brought to courts now. Between 2006 and 2021, we had 250 decisions against police officers, military, members of the military, and some civilians, like doctors, for example. They helped during torture, for example. And there's more than 1,000 people who actually were convicted. These court cases are ongoing, which is also a huge challenge, by the way. We're talking about crimes that were committed 40 years ago. And many of those who are indicted, but also the witnesses, the victims, are no longer there. So some have called this biological impunity. So this pact of silence is one of the cruelest aspects, I think, because, you know, if you're taking part in a crime like enforced disappearances, that has impacts not just on the person who disappeared, but the whole family is implicated. Years and years and years after, they still have some hope that their loved ones might still be alive, and then desperation if it turns out they've died. Also, especially in the case of children who were abducted. The mother was pregnant maybe, or there was a child, and they were abducted, imprisoned somewhere, and the woman who then gave birth, those children were given to other families. And we think about 500 children were given to other families. They, of course, grew up with a different identity. They grew up as part of a different family. These are the children that are still being looked for, and the investigations are ongoing. So we can see that when we talk about these crimes, we don't just talk about the past. We also speak of the impacts of these crimes today. And it's also very important that this military is dealt with. And that's why I think transitional justice has a tendency of presenting an idealized picture. Many of the former military members who even are in prison today, which means they've got nothing to lose, they still don't tell us what happened to these people, where these children are, where the bodies are buried of the people who were killed. That is what the Pact of Silence also means. And that's a huge challenge, really. What would you say? What instruments would need to come into play? What else needs to happen in order to crack open that Pact of Silence? It's really difficult. Yeah, it is difficult. I think sometimes you have to think that there are crimes that can't be, reconciled. We have to live with the fact that not everything can be repaired. You know, certain damage, certain violation just cannot be compensated. Maybe the state shouldn't just depend on statements of the perpetrators. Alternative measures need to be implemented to search for children, for example. The Argentinian state does this. There's a database now with DNA. There's campaigns. Parallel investigations need to be conducted. You can't just wait for the perpetrators to speak out and to own up to what they did. And you also need to see that silence, it also means a reproduction of the suffering of the victims. 30 years later, the families are still suffering. And that was actually called a psychological torture by some psychologists. Enforced disappearance, if there's no body, if there's no evidence, if there's nothing that anyone can know, I think it's called an interminable crime or something, or a continuing crime. It's a crime that's ongoing. And it'll still be ongoing until there's clarity on what happened to that person. Thank you very much for these first insights into the situation in Argentina. You've described the setbacks, but also hope and progress. You've described the difficulties of breaking open that pact of silence, and also the fact, of course, how strongly the past still influences the present. Let's compare this to Taiwan. Professor Shieh, you have also given us a statement on the status of reconciliation and the challenges associated with it in Taiwan. You said the biggest challenge for reconciliation in Taiwan is the fact that the victory over the dictatorship didn't come about by the perpetrators recognizing their guilt, but only through election results. And this is why the past is still there today, and that is why the ghosts of the past continue to haunt the present. Professor Shieh, we are talking about the Kuomintang party, which lost the Chinese struggle. It retreated to Taiwan in 1949 under Chiang Kai-shek. A single-party rule of the Kuomintang then resulted, which lasted until 1987. Taiwan was under martial law up until then. It was a police state throughout the 80s. Then there was a process of democratization under the Kuomintang government. But even after that, the Kuomintang party didn't dissolve. It still had political power and is still represented in parliament today. Professor Shieh, were there any impulses towards looking at that history of the political party? And what do you think would be an appropriate dealing with the past of that particular party? We can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself. There you go. Okay, now I was in the dictatorship. Now I can speak. Yes, within the Kuomintang party, once martial law was lifted and the party entered government, there was a small movement within the party itself, the party of the dictatorship, but it was under the directorship of the first president of that party, which was born in Taiwan, really. So a Taiwanese president. A Taiwanese president who was born during the period of Japanese occupation. This hadn't, of course, wasn't possible before that period at all. That kind of looking at the past, that civil society did push for this with support from outside. The argument was that we need to at least get to know the past, and once we know the past, we need to somehow deal with it. Recent years, I always wondered what that actually means, and what transitional justice actually really means. Transition. When we talk of transition, at the back of your mind, you have an idea of there's a past, there's a present, and there's a future. Transition then presupposes that there is a past and a direction that you're moving towards and a result. And the German word for result, Ausgang, means exit on the one hand, but it also means result. And the philosopher Immanuel Kant said, when asked what's enlightenment, he said, enlightenment is humanity's exit from his own ignorance. So when you start delving into the past, it means that you can open a door towards the future and to leave behind your ignorance. And so the title of today's panel, From the Shadows of the Past into the Light of Reconciliation, is the most important. Well, the most important term in that title isn't shadow or light, but it is towards. In that title, there isn't actually a verb, but into the light. That's what gives us that sense of dynamism. It means exiting the shadows of the past and entering the light of reconciliation. And Taiwan tried this for the last 30 years, ever since martial law was lifted. We have begun that process, but like you said before, there wasn't a revolution. There was a process, yes. In 1992, for example, this was 5 years after the lifting of martial law, the Taiwanese parliament for the first time was elected just by Taiwanese people. Before, the Taiwanese people were not allowed to vote for their own parliament on their own. It was the representatives that had come to the country with Chiang Kai-shek. They were then separated, exchanged by other incomers. So 4 years later, in 1996, that's an important year, that was when the Taiwanese population was able to elect its own president for the first time. And that's the person I just referred to. He is the successor of the son, Chiang Jing-go, of Chiang Kai-shek, but he spent his childhood in Taiwan. So he actually experienced the massacre of 1947. He experienced this. So he knows what the past means.
Mr. Shieh, you mentioned the 228 massacre of 1947. Maybe we briefly explain what happened back then. That was on the 28th of February in 1947, when the before 49, when the Taiwanese stood up against miseconomy and corruption. Chiang Kai-shek sent troops. About 20,000 people were killed. We speak about transitional justice as a process that includes steps forward and backwards, and the massacre remained taboo during the time of the Cold War. In 1995, the president, for the first time, asked for forgiveness. In 1997, the 27th of February became a day of national remembrance. We heard about the setbacks in Argentina. What would you say about the process in Taiwan? Is the process stalled somewhere? We spoke about transitional justice earlier. And there are two ways of understanding the term justice. Usually, justice means that something is just, but you can also separate the word and say just ice. So after martial law ended in Taiwan, we had the feeling that the ice broke. And then we thought the dictator's party is still in power in Taiwan. It is still there. And the military and intelligence and the whole apparatus of civil servants had to be members of the party at that time. I don't want to call them perpetrators, but the members, the accomplices of the dictatorial party were everywhere, even after 1997. As I already said, there was no revolution, there were only reforms, and the reforms usually took place in smaller steps. And when when a minority started to deal with the past, then we had the feeling, and I would like to come back to the term of ice, that we are walking on thin ice. But still, people tried to deal with the past and then realized that it's very difficult if there's no consensus in society that the perpetrators or the dictatorial party are responsible and should be held responsible. The president of the dictatorial party asked for forgiveness, but he was a Taiwanese. So he was a member of the party, and unfortunately, and I don't say this as the representative of Taiwan, but as a normal Taiwanese, there is still pressure against this process. This white terror happened in the course of almost 50 years, and that was for the state, for the fatherland, because the Taiwanese were basically Japanese when the white terror began. In 1895, Taiwan separated from China and became part of Japan after the Lost War, and for 50 years was under Japanese rule. In the course of this time, the Taiwanese were Japanized, and when Chiang Mai-shek came to Taiwan, there were these Japanese Taiwanese. So the whole island was basically a re-education camp. So I understand quite well what Mrs. Layús said earlier. There were attempts to deal with the past, but there are also very many forces who act against it. And only in 2016, imagine 30 years after the end of martial law, in 2016, after a new president was inaugurated, there was, for the first time, a majority of the then opposition. So the second party that was founded illegally did not only win the majority of the seats in parliament in 2016, but also gave the president. And that was when transitional justice commissions could be founded, and when commissions were founded that dealt with the illegal illegally gained assets of KMT and with the mass organizations that existed back then. But imagine that between 1996 and 2016, 20 years passed, and the government changed 2 times. That means that even after the end of martial law, the dictatorial party won the elections again. And you can imagine that everything that was attempted earlier had no chance of being successful. But that's the other side of democracy. We elect our parliament, and please, that was the Volkswagen principle. Please explain to us what this principle means. Well, it's a German pun. We are the people and we can dare. So the people decides who comes to power, and if the process of reappraisal of the past or of dealing with the past comes to a point where parties can be elected freely, and once transitional justice is fulfilled, then we can't say that the party cannot be elected. I think in other countries, the party would have to change their name, or the mass organizations should be at least renamed, but that did not take place in Taiwan. And apart from that, the atrocities of the dictatorial party of the time, you spoke about the massacre of 1947, That was the day when the atrocities started, and then the White Terror lasted for at least 40 years. And many people know that there was a massacre in 1947. It took place on the 28th of February, but many people don't know that such a massacre in a smaller format happened again on the 28th of February in 1980. An opposition member, a lawyer, spoke out against the regime. There was a peaceful demonstration. He was brought to prison together with other people. That was in 1979. And on the 28th of February 1980, while he was in prison, his mother, about 70 years old, and his daughters, twins, 7 years old, were killed in their home. He also had a daughter of 9 years, and she was almost killed. She was almost stabbed to death, but she could be reanimated. So the past was repeated in the presence before the presence had the opportunity to become a light future. Mr. Shieh, we've received a question from the audience to you, which I would like to ask you before we pass on. It is again referring to the Kuomintang party archives. Why? There was the demand of opening the archives. Why aren't they open until today? And what possibilities exist for the future? I said earlier that in 2016, or until 2016, KMT was in power for 8 years. So there's always this opposing power in parliament. And if you want to adopt a law on opening archives, then you have to have enough votes in parliament. And until today, the governing party, which was in the opposition earlier, did not succeed to force the KMT to support the opening of the files. That has to do with the will of the opposition party. The will is not strong enough. So the perpetrators' party has to declare their willingness to participate in such a law. And things are going on, but not as quickly as we want them. And another thing is the intelligence. Under martial law, we had a Taiwanese CIA, and almost every one of them had to become a party member of KMT. And of course, there are files in the archives about them. And that is why they were not particularly keen on opening these archives. Whenever the politicians spoke about opening the archives, they said these archives no longer exist or these files no longer exist. What I want to say is that it is very important that we define, in the course of transitional justice, that we define these people as perpetrators. Because they, until today, see themselves as patriots. And that is the problem. They see themselves as patriots, and if a patriot does something for his land, even if it is something bad, he can justify it. And this gap between perpetrators and patriots, and there are also idiots who are patriots, they are patriots. But the problem is, as I said earlier, it has to do with history. When Chiang Kai-shek fled from the Chinese to Taiwan, the Taiwanese were Japanese de facto. And that meant that the Thai Vietnamese during the Second World War fought side by side with the Japanese against China and against the Americans. And that means in the perception of this party who came to Taiwan from China, they perceived their compatriots as traitors. You mentioned the different views on the roles of people which they played in the course of history. You mention gaps and breaks between the individual groups. Some say they are patriots, others say, no, you aren't patriots, you are perpetrators, you are criminals. To overcome this is a big challenge in Taiwan, and it is also a challenge for transitional justice. I would like to go on now. Professor Shieh, I am sure that we will come back to some of the points you mentioned earlier, but now we would like to look to Russia. Mr. Petrov, we asked you for a statement. And again, we talk about the past in the present. You told us or wrote us that in today's Russia, the new interpretation of the Soviet history encounters large difficulties. The first problem is that until now, there is no legal reappraisal of the Soviet crimes against the population. And the second problem are the attempts of the Russian authorities to perceive history as an ideological justification for its aggressive policy against its neighboring countries. Mr. Petrov, the cleansing under Stalin, which happened which had their climax between 1936 to 38, had millions of victims. And in your statement, you also mentioned that Stalin and the Stalin era are in the focus of debates in Russia. And these are very heated debates. You yourself said that there was no legal reappraisal of these events, even more than 60 years after Stalin's death. These things haven't been reappraised or dealt with sufficiently. And maybe similarly to what we heard from Argentina or Taiwan in the 1990s, in the course of the perestroika and after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there were attempts, archives opened but closed again. And today we see that history is referred to as a role model. So the Stalin era is referred to as a role model for a strong state. What does this do to a reappraisal or a dealing with the past? Is dealing with the past in Russia an activity of the underground, of the civil society underground?
As for dealing with the past, I can say that we have some different situation than in other countries because, first of all, Stalin's crimes and the Great Terror, it was so far ago. It was more than 80 years ago. And after Stalin, we know that Soviet system became more and more soft. Obviously, that during the Khrushchev period, Brezhnev period, the many people was under abuse from the state for their political views, for their political activity. But anyway, it was not so many people. And that is why many people now consider that the Soviet system transformed from Stalin period to more soft, some kind of soft models. And that is why it's not necessary to organize something like a traditional justice, because many people who was involved in crimes, many people who touch other people and sentenced to death, they are died, and that is why we have now only dealt with history, to consider history. And from one hand, the Soviet crimes are blamed by the modern Russian system, because we have a monument for victims of the Soviet crimes. We have many interesting books and published documents about this epoch. But from other hand, we have some kind of new kind of dictatorship in Russia. It's not the dictatorship with the Soviet ideological principles. Now it's dictatorship. It's like junta in Latin America style. It's people who was sitting in the power. Nobody can replace them. Elections now, it means nothing. And you can see it now in the modern Russian situation. The authorities are not permit independent candidates to register it to the election, and so on. We have now more and more a scale of repressions against people who are not agree with the modern Soviet ideological principles. And these principles are to use history and take from the Soviet period something good that they explain, and also blame, for instance, Lenin for the international politics, because now the modern Russian ideological system, it's not international principles. It's some kind of Nazi or patriotic feelings. It's more close to Germany in the 30s under the Hitler's takes power. And that is why we can consider now the Russian Federation as some kind of mixed state. It's empire with the Soviet feelings and the Soviet appetite. And from other hand, it's some kind of Latin America junta with some kind of oligarchs and very rich people, and the population that was under the pressure. We have many things.
Aber Herr Petrov, vielleicht können Sie wirklich noch mal schildern, was bedeutet das?
Mr. Petrov, could you maybe explain to us what that might mean for reconciliation, also for an organization like Memorial? Memorial International is kind of has been listed now as a foreign agent, a foreign organization. What does that mean, though? So who actually engages in reconciliation? Who actually engages with the Stalinist past and the crimes committed back then? Is that a civil society underground pushing for that, or where does it actually happen?
This is an interesting question, because we in Memorial, when we deal with the past and collect the facts about the Soviet crimes, it is obviously some kind of legal process, and the state and the official Russian authorities, they haven't something against. They have many things against Memorial when we talk about the human rights, when we talk about the human rights in the modern Russia. That is the most sensitive point for Russian Federation and for Russian Federation authorities. And as for this term foreign agent, it's also very interesting, because that is some kind of Soviet mentality to announce everybody who have some critical position about the state, to call them foreign agents, because they get money, for instance, abroad. And that is why that is interesting, because it is by the law. It's create for us many difficulties working in archive to get answers from the state departments and other things in the common life. And from other hands, it's also some kind of marker to people who have something against the Russian state. We can explain everybody that if we talk about the human rights, it's in interests of the Russian population. But Russian state say that only state have a monopoly to take care of population, and not any kind of civil society organizations, non-government organization. That is some kind of efforts to control all kind of civil activity. And from other hand, about the I forget to note about the transitional justice. It's interesting that some ex-Soviet republics like Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, they organized the trials against people who was involved in the Soviet crimes. And it's unicum, and it only these three states stay on this right way. Other republics are not on this way. And that is why we talk about the neighbors of the Russia who chose the way to European community, for instance, to Rechtsstaat and something like that. They are immediately under the tough, not only critic from Russia, but immediately under the pressure of Russian Federation, chantage, blackmail with oil and gas politics and something like that. It is now we dealt with a new empire that use history as an instrument to approve the pressure on the neighbors, because all of them are in sphere of interest.
Herr Petrov, dazu eine Frage, die auch hier.
Mr. Petrov, one question that came from our viewers per email. You said that the state has a monopoly, is also claiming a monopoly over history and what history is told. How is the past remembered at schools, for example? What's the narrative of school books?
It's remarkable that the state now haven't the monopoly on the history. The state now only wish about this monopoly and goes by this way. First of all, it's a right, you quite right about the textbook for history. It's approximately maybe 50 or maybe 20 years ago, the President Putin say that it's necessary to make the equal textbook for history and something like that. Look, until now, we haven't the successful idea about this textbook. Until now, we have many books about history, but we have some kind of standard for the school education. And in this standard, we can notice many interesting things that they try to, let me say, to describe the Soviet crimes and crimes of communism as some kind of normal things, not like crimes against humanity and something like that. And sometimes in this textbook, they describe more glorious things. In the Soviet past, they try to find this, and not many description about the crimes and about the crimes against the population of the Soviet Union. But right now, we have not completely closed archives. We have some possibility to work in an archive, but step by step, it became more and more difficult. And the same situation in the books with history. Everybody can publish the truth about the Soviet past, but it depends upon publish houses' politics. They don't like to publish this book, or this person cannot find the money for publish that book, and something like that. That is why we have mainstream to approve the Soviet past, and we have some literature, really scientific literature that described the truth about history. It's some kind of battle that going now.
Memo, Memorial versucht ja auch.
Now, Memorial tries to engage with society. There's a competition, a history competition for schools. Could you present that project to us and also tell us more about your experience? What images of history are reflected back to you? And can you say a little more about the circumstances under which this competition is taking place? It's not always easy to run that competition. There are also interruptions during presentations and so on. Would you mind telling us a little more about that competition?
Yes. The school competition, it is very nice on my point of view experience, because first of all, we try to force the pupils to think themselves, to find information, to organize this information, to make some kind of stories from this. But we never give any kind of topics that they must follow. And immediately, a few years ago, we was blamed that we make some kind of pressure on pupils, and we made some kind of foreign influence or bad influence on the pupils in the schools, because we are memorial and we was announced as the foreign agents. That is why many teachers in the schools, history teachers, are scared to deal with memorial. But last 2 years show that the same volume of school works we get, and it's approximately more than 1,000. It's 1,500, and I think it's a good demonstration that until now we have people, young people, who feel themselves free until now. We will continue this project with school competition, and unfortunately, pandemic cannot permit us to collect the winners in Moscow, to show them in Moscow and something like that. We cut the program, but we continue this very interesting and it's very important project.
Ja, ich denke, das ist ein wirklich sehr gutes Beispiel.
I think this is a really good example of how the state or how civil society tries to deal with the past, to deal with the reappraisal of the history, and to bring these things into society, to attract young people to deal with their history. This leads me directly to our next panelist, Mr. Axel Klausmeier. We asked him what he perceives as the main challenge for the reappraisal of history. And Axel Klausmeier says that dealing with the past and the future means to me to react adequately to meaningful developments in society, to new questions and challenges such as digitization, mediatization or diversity, and to combine them with the basic foundations of our reconciliation work. To me, this balancing act, not to follow every trend, but still to try to attract young people and new target groups for the aims of dealing with the past, is the biggest challenge. Mr. Klausmeier, I quoted your statement, and it shows that in Germany we have a very broad landscape of dealing with the past. This is no underground job. As I mentioned earlier, your foundation was established on the basis of a law. There are many memorials and museums dealing with the past. Now, you, Mr. Klausmeier, speak about the challenge to attract young people and new target groups for dealing with the past. What would you say? Who is involved in dealing with the past in Germany and who isn't? Please unmute yourself. Thank you. Thank you. I will come back to your question instantly, but I would like to say that after listening to the colleagues from Argentina and to the ambassador and Mr. Petrov, in view of our situation in Germany, it makes me very humble. Because in Germany, because of the entrenchment of this task in the state structures, since dealing with the past is part of our government program, no matter which party is the ruling party at the moment in the Federal Republic of Germany, and this has been going on for several decades now. It means that we are in a completely different situation. And I would like to say that right away, because this concept of memorials of the Federation, which has been existing since the 90s, and that was again rewritten in 2008 and 2018, were always parts of government declarations, or they were written briefly after a new government came into power. So there is a broad understanding and a broad consensus that dealing with the past of both German dictatorships is necessary and that the state has to promote it. Mr. Klausmeier, one question. How can you explain what motivated politicians at that time to start this process? When I look at the reappraisal of the Nazi dictatorship, it began a bottom-up. So opposition members of 89 were the ones who entered the archives and secured files right away, not years after the end of the GDR. Yes, files were destroyed in this time, but most of the files were secured. The wall came down on the 9th of November 1989, and the first attempt to access the Stasi office in Berlin was in January the next year. So this happened very quickly. So the state, GDR, still worked, but the archives were opened right away, the archives of the secret police and the intelligence service. So in the reunification process, and afterwards, the federal government was forced to deal with these archives, and they were able to use an experience that the Federal Republic made in the course of reappraising the National Socialist dictatorship. That means that the reappraisal of the communist dictatorship was privileged because it didn't start from scratch. It was based on mechanisms, structures, and methods of a reappraisal process of the National Socialist crimes. And against this background, there is a foundation, a basic foundation. Still, the movement started bottom up. It started from the victims, from those who suffered under this dictatorship, and they made it very popular that this reappraisal process has to take place. In 1992, the federal government commissioner for the Stasi documents, his office was established. Then 2 commissions of inquiry were established, which dealt with the communist dictatorship. And in 1998, the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Eastern Germany was founded. And in parallel, in many places, were the communist dictatorship committed its crimes, for example, in Hohenschönhausen or in Bautzen or along the former border or in Berlin at the Bernauer Straße, a memorial was erected. And there are also movements and memorials along the internal German border. So on the one, there was always a movement bottom up. And I also wrote down this Volkswagen principle that Mr. Shieh mentioned. So the people there. And then politicians join them and support them, support their institutions. In some places, the federal states support such initiatives. In some places, it's the federation. And in the case of the Berlin Wall Foundation, we have mixed funding of Berlin as the city and the federation. So this is the background. And the title of our panel is From the Shadow of the Past into the Light of Reappraisal. And I thought that that I was participating in a Freemasons panel because the Freemasons also were interested in bringing things to light and in human dignity. And that is one of our topics, the question of liberty and equality and fraternity. These are things the Freemasons want, and we want it as well. That is why the title was well selected. So, who can we involve, who participates and who doesn't, was your question. In Germany, at least in the cities, but also elsewhere, we see that our society becomes more and more diverse. And we have to create offers, educational offers, which are attractive for the broad population. That means that when we talk to a school class in Munich, Berlin, Dresden, Hamburg, then we see young people who do not always have a German background. They come from very different backgrounds, different family backgrounds, different experiences. And maybe for them, the story of the German division is very far away at the first glance. But if we then take a closer look at the life of these young people, we can see that maybe there is also a history of displacement in these families. Maybe if young people have a Syrian background or an Afghan background. And then this destiny, this fate of being a refugee can bring German history closer to these people because they can combine it with the history of their family, of their friends. They also came to a different country, to a different context. And this is an experience that unfortunately many people go through today, and which were also made in Germany, of course, in different framework conditions. But you can contextualize this, and I think this is the most important thing. So this is how we convey the history of Germany, of the Cold War, of the German separation. And this is also a way of conveying the history of dictatorships and war and so on. Then we have to ask ourselves critically whether we, as the mainstream society, haven't told the story of the German reunification only for Germans, for original, for bio-Germans, ethnic Germans, without taking into account what the reunification, for example, meant to the Vietnamese who were living in the GDR or for Turkish immigrants who were living in West Berlin. We never told their stories when we told the story of the reunification, or we started not long ago to tell their stories too. I have to admit, self-critically, that maybe we have been telling our story in black and white too much. But now we are also including the different shades of gray into our master narrative. What is decisive is when I think of the message of 1989 that a wall came down with peaceful means, and that is the greatest message that Germany has ever produced. So dictatorships and walls can be overcome peacefully if, of course, the international framework conditions are favorable, and that was the case back then. When we tell this message, then what you mention, this situation of a break in 1989, 1990, and the years after that had the consequence that for a large part of the population in Germany, this process did not only have positive consequences. You mentioned, for example, people with a migration background from West Berlin, for example, or other parts of the old Federal Republic. This also had an impact on people who worked in Germany as contract workers from the so-called socialist brother states, from Vietnam, from Cuba, Angola, Mozambique, or from wherever they came, who no longer had the possibility to work under their normal working conditions. Something changed for them, and these are stories we have to tell in the course of telling our story. His Excellency mentioned that there's also a growing nationalism, and the nationalism that we had in Germany in the 1990s meant that many foreigners in Germany were attacked. In Rostock-Lichtenhagen, in Solingen, in Mölln, in Hoyerswerda, in both East and West Germany. These are things that we also have to tell, and that is where we have to change and broaden our view self-critically. And the people also claim these stories to be told. Thank you very much, Mr. Klausmeier, for these insights into your work. Mr. Huhle said we can't say that transitional justice is successful at some point in time. And we understand that since in Germany the reappraisal process has been supported by the state, we've come a long way. Also when it comes to landscape of remembrance and memorials and so on. But in the course of transitional justice, we still have to face new challenges from different sides, and we realize that we even missed out some aspects. Let me add one more thought. I think we must never think that we are in a safe position. We must never think that we are ready, that we've showed enough responsibility, because society is changing much too fast. New questions are arising, and I think that it's crucial to always react to current questions, to new challenges, and maybe even proactively to deal with them. Okay, I asked all of you to send us photographs or bring objects which can be seen as examples of the light of reappraisal. And now I would like our technicians to show us the pictures that Mrs. Rosario Figari Layús sent us. Maybe you can explain a little bit what we see on these pictures.
Ich weiß jetzt nicht, welche Foto gerade gezeigt wird. Vielleicht das von, wenn ich darf.
Kann man das deutlich machen? Wir sehen das Bild von Jorge López.
Ja, von Jorge Julio López. Ich
höre jetzt hier nur die Dolmetscherin.
Sorry, wrong channel. Okay. Do you want me to talk about this image? Yes. Please, I thought it was one of the most important photographs to show because unfortunately this is not one of the lights of transitional justice. Julio López was a witness. He was a survivor during the dictatorship. He was abducted, he was tortured, and he survived. And then in 2006, when criminal prosecution became possible, he was one of the key witnesses against the commissioner who actually tortured him in La Plata, in the city of La Plata. And the paradox of history, and I think that is why it's necessary to see what's going on now, the paradox is that on the day of the decision, he never actually turned up in court. So he disappeared once again. So Nicolas, that's the name of the police commissioner. He was sentenced to life in prison, but anyway, he remains, Jorge López, he remains disappeared. He was also threatened. And imagine, this is 30 years after the event, and up to today, nobody knows where he is. His family demanded an investigation to find out who were the perpetrators even of his second enforced disappearance. So, yeah, it's important. And when we talk about the right to the truth, what does that mean exactly? It means that the state has a duty not just to make available documents and the places of torture, to lay open where torture took place, but also the people, the victims, the witnesses. They also need to be protected by that state, and they need to be actively protected. So that's an important measure, just so that those people can continue to tell the truth, because otherwise there will never be justice. That's why I wanted to show this photograph, because it's a current demand also of human rights organizations and of course of his family to know what happened. Okay, you also sent us a second photograph. That's what we are seeing now. That's the light, maybe, isn't it? Yes, that's the light. It's a picture of Santiago del Estero in northern Argentina, a province. These are 3 survivors. They were former political prisoners. And the photograph they're holding is also of another political prisoner who was killed in that province. And the emotion we're seeing is after the first decision was passed down against the murderer. So 30 years after the crime was committed, and 30 years later there was justice. So that's the emotion. They can't believe that 30 years later that there was a decision, a court decision against the perpetrators, against Cecilio Kamenetsky is the victim. So yeah, that's why I thought it's nice to show also that criminal prosecution, it's not just about punishment of the perpetrators. There's also other effects, like recognition of the victims, recognizing of rights, and again, breaking open that silence. It's also the search for truth, of course, through criminal investigations. So therefore, it's very, very important for me to show this. Okay, and you also brought a third picture. Yes, that's a symbolic photograph. It's a courtroom in the province of Tucumán, where these court proceedings are public. Schools actually attend them in order to learn about the past. There's a state program that brings school kids from 16 years onwards to these courts, but then the photographs of the victims, the disappeared people, are shown here. These are all the people who've disappeared, and it was a way to mark the absence of these persons and to turn their absence into their presence. So instead of having an audience, a live audience, they placed those photographs. It's a symbolic gesture to say that those who disappeared are still there. Okay, thank you very much. This is Figari, Layús. You're showing us some progress, but also the challenges when it comes to the process of reconciliation in Argentina. You said the right to truth, but it means something important for the victims and also is hugely important for society overall. I have a question to you on that before we move on. How about actually reconciliation between people and individuals? What does that mean to you? Well, that's a very difficult concept. And I think the meaning can vary depending on the context. I mean, you can achieve kind of reconciliation at different levels, at the political level, a societal level, and a personal level. The question is always who should reconcile themselves with whom, and what conditions are necessary for reconciliation to really take place. You asked what are preconditions. The problem in Argentina is that the term reconciliation has often been manipulated and used politically in order to justify amnesty legislation or pardons. It was often understood as a synonym of impunity. So that discourse, we look towards the future, we need to leave the past in the past, we need to somehow all get on with another, make peace with each other. But if we understand reconciliation as the reconciliation between victims and perpetrators, that isn't possible without a sense of feeling regret and without willingness to actually apologize and regretting what happened. And that is not the case in Argentina. That regret is not there. Of course, personal reconciliation is another matter. That's a personal choice. If you decide, the perpetrator who tortured me, for example, if I decide to forgive them, it's not exactly the same. But the problem is that this concept of reconciliation has been politicized, and it was said, oh, let's reconcile, all of us. Who has the power to tell us to do this? And that's why these criminal proceedings were so important. Many victims in Argentina during the dictatorship, but also afterwards, were stigmatized. They were discriminated against. In many cases, they were also held responsible for what happened to them. So when you uncover the truth through truth commissions, for example, or court cases, and when you know what happened, that does help other groups of society understand what happened. And indeed, it was the case, not in the capital, where human rights organizations are stronger and did a lot of good work, bottom up, but in the north, in other provinces, where there's more conservative structures and where perpetrators at a local level are still in the administration, for example, many people got access to information through these court processes that were a taboo beforehand, things that were never talked about before. And many people said after they'd taken part in criminal proceedings, neighbors, friends, other people, other families actually joined in. And conversations began between people who never spoke to each other before. So the victims and the witnesses were invited to schools, for example, to tell their stories. They gave interviews. These are things that never happened before those court cases. Okay, so it actually brought further processes of dealing with the past. There was a question in the email. You showed the photograph of remembering the disappeared persons. Is there public remembrance of the persons who disappeared? Yes, there's several. memories. There's an official policy of remembrance. There's national memorials, so the state is supporting those. The Embarque de la Memoria, it's a memorial park in Buenos Aires. There's also a wall where all the names of the disappeared persons have been inscribed. So there's a number of initiatives, yes. There is also places of memory. In the majority of cases, this is where people were interned, prisons, if you like. Today, they've become museums, and they also have a pedagogical function. So they engage with schools, with society, they offer guided tours. It's a little bit like we heard previously from other countries. So there was a lot of exchange, I think, between German museums and Argentinian museums. So there was a little learning from each other. Okay, so these memorials and museums, are they supported by civil society or is it state-funded? The most important one, the one that has a large infrastructure, they tend to be state-funded, yes. But there's also small initiatives, also local initiatives from civil society, markers on the streets, for example, where people were abducted, marking the spots where things happened. But the large memorials, the large museums, yes, that is funded or supported by the state, financially also. Okay, thank you very much. That leads us now to Taiwan, to the next image. Ambassador Shieh will explain what this is. It's a violin. Okay, on this photograph, you see a man holding a violin. This man, aged 22, in 1952, he spent 15 years on this green island. It's a kind of gulag that existed in Taiwan. So he spent 15 years in prison together with many others. He was fortunate because many did not return, many did not survive, and the violin he's holding, he actually built it himself on that archipelago. He made it from wood, from shipwrecks. The Germans, of course, know the German word Schiffbruch. It really means ship breaking up. For all peaceful political prisoners, nobody was violent, and all these political prisoners really are shipwrecked, if you like. So when I saw this picture for the first time, it really touched my heart. On this island, during a period of 20 to 30 years, many people tried to build a violin. Many of them were physicians, they were doctors. Many of them were intellectuals. Nearly all of them were Taiwanese intellectuals. And many of them were doctors by profession. And it's this violin that he built. He himself is a painter and a photographer. So he spent a whole year building this violin, putting it together from the wood of shipwrecks. And the violin was actually destined for the daughter of his sister, so his niece. Okay, so where's the violin today? It's being exhibited in the Green Island Human Rights Museum on the actual island, which I visited back in the day for my talk show. It was the violin, it was the music on the one hand. On the other hand, they were forced to go to that island. They were forcefully interned. So the violin, the music, that's the spirit that kind of opposes the physical suffering. For me and for many others, it's a symbol. It's a symbol, first of all, for right and for courage, because the secret of freedom is courage. And courage, but the German word for courage. Mut is a little bit like mood in English, and that is expressed very well through music. And for me and for many other Taiwanese, that music represents the hope for a future where the spirit is no longer suppressed and no longer suffers from physical violence. But let me add the other problem. I spoke about patriotism earlier, and a very current issue is the patriotism of the former dictatorship party KMT. They are standing shoulder to shoulder now, KMT and the communist regime, somehow. They consider dealing with the past as part of democratization and the formation of Taiwanese identity. So for them, that again spells treason. Treason, at least to China. And the violin to us also symbolizes Taiwan. So for us, of course, freedom is a hugely important good. And again, the violin, the first violin also symbolizes this ability to speak out. If there ever should be an agreement between China and Taiwan, then freedom should be the objective for this reconciliation. I grew up during the time of the dictatorship. I know the difference between being able to speak out and not. So apart from the Volkswagen principle, I have the right to speak out. And I've also given that a German name. I call the ability to speak out in Taiwan Leberwurst. That's a German word. It means that we can speak out freely, and what the communists say we don't care about. That's expressed in the German terms Leberwurst. So our hopes are pinned on the violin. It is not one that has been purchased. It was built by this man's own hands from the wood of shipwrecks. Okay, so this violin that also represents the Leberwurst, it's use for the purposes of freedom. This violin can be seen in a museum, the Green Island Museum for Human Rights. It's a culture park. Perhaps you can tell us just briefly, what's the task of that museum together with the National Rights Museum, of which it is part? What's its significance today in Taiwan? Just briefly, because we also have some other examples to look at. It's to bring to the fore the history of the past. That's its first objective. And secondly, symbols of dictatorship are to be replaced and overcome. And the objective is also to show the people who suffered under the dictatorship, to restore justice to them so that mutual trust can be rebuilt, so that true reconciliation can take place. That's important, but it's also difficult because Taiwan is kind of, caught in a difficult place. There's China on the one hand and the other China and Taiwan on the other hand. But of course, we are talking to the younger generation now, and we are hopeful. So with the support of the external world, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome those difficulties. Great. Thank you very much, Professor Shieh, for these insights.
We would like to go on to Russia. Mr. Petrov, I don't know whether you brought any object or you have any object with you. Otherwise, we found some photographs on the homepage of Memorial. A very good example of the light. An action, возвращение имен, so
yes.
the return of the names.
Yes.
It reminds me a little bit of the action that Mrs. Figari Layús presented to us. Mr. Petrov, maybe you can tell us briefly what we can see on these photographs. A long queue of people, what are they doing?
Yes, it's a very symbolic thing that we organized maybe 20 years ago, and it is some kind of occasion on the day of political prison. It's in the end of October, and people loudly announce the name of people who was under repressions, who was executed in Moscow. It is very remarkable that many people collect themselves here, and not every year it's a good weather. Sometimes it was snow, sometimes it's very cold, but people goes to announce the names of victims of the Soviet system, and they add some things from themselves. Sometimes they mentioned about their relatives who was shot. Sometimes they make some kind of political announce about the modern Russian situation. And every year, year by year, last year it was because of pandemic situation, it was online. It was virtual meeting, but anyway, I hope this year it will happened in normal format. And as for photos, I add a few things. Also, everybody can imagine the portrait of academic Sakharov. It is a very good symbol of the our representative things today. Sakharov won against the whole state, and Sakharov win because he was right and the state was wrong. And in the modern Russian situation, everything continues. We can imagine the photograph of Alexei Navalny, and now he is won against the whole Russian state. He have a lot of support in Russian society. Instead of situation in the Soviet Union when Sakharov was really alone, only few dissidents, and the tough state propaganda campaign against Sakharov. Now look, we have the same, and the repressive history in Russian Federation unfortunately continue right now, and we try to do something against this, and we try to reach success on this way.
Es ist ja ein Beispiel für eine
That is
Zivilgesellschaft.
an example of a civil society action. As you mentioned, it has been organized by a memorial for several years in different places in Russia. It started at the Lubyanka in Moscow, in front of the former KGB building. Are there any similar action which are state-induced? Is there anything comparable? And we heard that in Argentina, there is a public memory of those who disappeared. Is there something similar in Russia, or is it just the task of the civil society?
Let me say that in Russian Federation, the branch of memorial also organized the same things in other towns, in St. Petersburg or in Sandarmoch, the place where was mass execution in August. This was occasion of this execution and occasion for to mark it by the reading of names. And all over the country, all over the regions of Russian Federation, it exists some kind of books of memory with the names of people who was executed or who was punished under the Soviet period. That is why I think so we have a lot of material for remember, and we haven't only one thing. We haven't political will in the state, for instance, to do this. We have only efforts of the civil society.
Ja. Das Erinnern bleibt Aufgabe der Zivilgesellschaft.
So remembrance remains a task of civil society in Russia, at least. Mr. Klausmeier, you also brought something. No photograph. No photograph. I have it here before me. It is, of course, a part of the Berlin Wall. that was absolutely necessary. And this piece of the Berlin Wall is a symbol that is understood globally. It is maybe a little bit too bold, too obvious, but what it is it is a sign for a dictatorship that was overcome. And it is the sign of an enormous will for freedom. At the same time, it is the symbol of the fact that if walls are built, if regimes think that it is possible to rule over a population with the help of walls, then they just gain some time. But the will for freedom is there. And maybe for a certain time it can be suppressed with massive means, with violence and repressions and horror. But here in Berlin and in Germany, we saw that things can change. And this part of the wall is also a symbol of hope, also for other parts of the world, that the dictatorships can be overcome with peaceful means. When I look out of my office window, I see parts of the Berlin Wall, and I've got one part of it on my shelf here at home. So it always accompanies me. And I think it is a symbol that everybody understands. Everybody knows what walls can do and what they do. They have an effect both to the inside and to the outside. And this is what this piece of the wall shows and symbolizes. And I think that in the context that we are talking about, this symbol is very well understandable. Similarly as the examples of the other colleagues. Because what we are talking about is the suffering of people and of the will to overcome the suffering. So I dared to take this object. Of course, it's very simple, but it's also closely connected to my work. It's not only connected to your work, it is even an obligation for the director of the Berlin Wall Foundation to show us a piece of the Berlin Wall. But it's also interesting because you're absolutely right. It's a symbol that everybody understands at once, that overcoming walls is also a symbol of freedom. And at the same time, this is where transitional justice starts. If I think of what you said earlier, Mr. Klausmeier, maybe today it's the throne that nudges us and shows us the work isn't over yet. We must not lean back. It is also the stone in our shoe that hurts and that shows us that transitional justice is something we must take seriously and must transform into a process that never stops if we take it seriously. And now I would like to come to the end of our discussion, and I already summarized our discussion. Let me thank you very much for your participation and your insights. We talked about very many different topics. If we were in one room, I would have loved to invite you to a glass of wine. Unfortunately, I can't do that, but the virtual space gave us the opportunity to meet, even though we are in different countries at the moment. The audience had the opportunity to ask questions. I would like to say thank you to you and also to Mr. Huhle. And last but not least, I would like to say thank you to the interpreters who made this international understanding possible. And now I say goodbye to you. We have a lunch break, but we will continue. At 1:30, p.m., we continue with the second panel. This second panel will deal with the question of no ending in dealing with the past or the future of dealing with the past. So it will continue right where we stop now. Thank you very much for being with us. And
Thank you.
see you soon.
Thank
Goodbye.
you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
You have the
already.
translation.
Guten Tag, meine Damen und Herren. Ich freue mich sehr.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be welcoming you to the last panel of the event Dealing with the Past in the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Eastern Germany. We are delighted that this panel once again brings together such a range of different perspectives and that we've brought together so many different people from so many different countries. And I very much look forward to the next 2 hours and looking at how these different countries are dealing with the past, the different approaches that are chosen, and why certain approaches might be a good fit for some countries, but not for others. And then we also want to chart what's the situation with regards to reconciliation and dealing with the past. And we mostly want to look towards the future, asking what maybe needs to be looked at more strongly. Every generation has the right to ask its own questions of the past, and how does that change the work that we all do? So I'm delighted to be introducing our 5 guests. We have, first of all, Radka Denemarková. We have Bartholomäus Grill, who's a journalist, the author of numerous books, and he's spent a long time looking at dealing with the history of African countries. He is joining us from Cape Town. I'm jumping back to Europe. In Tallinn, in Estonia, we are joined by Dr. Meelis Maripuu, representing the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory. And then we have Professor Dr. Luís Farinha joining us from Portugal. And last not least, from Berlin, which isn't that far away, Markus Meckel, who I'd like to welcome very warmly as well. Let me introduce you to our guests in a bit more detail. Radka Denemarková is an author, a theatre maker and a translator. She has received numerous awards for books that deal with the past in her country and also how the past is being interpreted in the Czech Republic. She has written a book that looks at the communist dictatorship in China as well, though. But we're going to stick to the Czech Republic, and I would like to ask you, first of all, what characterizes the situation in the Czech Republic right now, and in particular, dealing with the communist past in the Czech Republic, but also maybe in relation to crimes of the National Socialist regime. I have to say that I can't separate what is going on in the Czech Republic from what's happening in the rest of Eastern Europe. I have experienced enormous hopes that came in 1989, and that sense of hopefulness has largely been lost. And that's my question, actually, for now. I'm asking myself why, for so many Eastern European countries, why is that the case? In Hungary, in Poland, in Russia anyway, and unfortunately also in the Czech Republic, this is the case. To be specific, we have state presidents and prime ministers who were members of the Stasi before 1989. And so now there's a connection to neoliberalism and a consumer-oriented society. That seems to take, center stage, and we haven't really been able to take on democratic values from the Western states, and it appears that we seem to be going towards Russia, towards China, again and again. And Hungary showed this to us. Achieving democracy is a struggle that is one centimeter by centimeter. It's not something that happens quickly. He told me that I had to be brief, so these are just some of the issues that I'd like to talk about in the next hour. Thank you very much. It's just an introductory statement. Of course, we want you to go into more detail later. We have the whole afternoon for doing so. So thank you very much for this spotlight and your view of the connection also between authoritarian tendencies and dealing with the past, which also has to do with exculpation, really, or making, excusing the crimes of the past. So we'll come back to that. Thank you. Now I'm going to jump to South Africa, to Bartholomäus Grill. Mr. Grill, you are a correspondent, you're a journalist, you are based in Cape Town. You worked for the Spiegel news magazine, and you have written books on European colonial history, but you've also looked at the history and the crimes in African countries. What's typical in dealing with the past in African countries is the principle of truth commissions. Could you maybe give us just a few ideas on those? Yes, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa was one of the big attempts to deal with the past in a collective way. It was a process that took more than 2 years. There were hearings that took place throughout the country, and it was all about the perpetrators who committed crimes against human rights during the apartheid regime told the truth about their deeds. If these crimes were motivated politically, the reward, so to speak, at the end was an amnesty. The final report of the Commission comprises 6,000 pages, and more than 1,000 victims are listed there. But the results or the sense or nonsense of this type of setup we'll maybe come back to in the discussion. Yes, I promise you that we'll do that. Now I'd like to introduce you to Professor Dr. Luís Farinha from Lisbon. Professor Farinha is a historian. Up to 2020, he was director of the Museum of Aljube, of Resistance and Freedom. Sorry, my Portuguese is terrible. It's really the big Resistance and Freedom Museum in Lisbon. He's now director of another museum project. He was also director of the Institute of Contemporary History of the University of Lisbon. He's done a lot of work on the Salazar dictatorship and its consequences. Mr. Farinha, how would you describe the situation today in Portugal? Is that history present in Portugal? And how are you dealing with the crimes committed? And how would you describe the policy of remembrance in your country?
Well, good morning, everybody. To start, I must say that I'm hearing you very badly, not because of the equipment, but because of secondary effects of COVID vaccination that I took a few days ago. I hear very badly now. And yesterday I said to Jacqueline, I almost decided to quit, but today I sought to do my best. I beg your pardon. And the subject. We have now a very complex situation in Portugal after the last 15 years of democratic system after the national revolution. Perhaps we will think that it was necessary to think about it, but the clean break has not happened yet. We have a complex history, heavy, with main explaining processes, larger than the country, I used to say, without explaining. Most of the Portuguese don't understand the history, and because of persisting myths of dictatorship and insufficiency of critical thinking and as philosophical or historical. In fact, we had in the last century 3 transitions, 2 big wars, and 2 revolutions only in a century. And almost important, and the most important, that's in the last decades, we finished the imperial era of 500 years of colonizing Africa and Asia. And that's the most difficult process nowadays. Talking with the minorities that are in Portugal, coming from Asia, coming from Africa, and being well within us and with the others that come every day. So we have 3 phases until now. The first cycle was very short. It was characterized by judicialization of the perpetrators of the crimes, albeit weak and complete, even unfair. We have a second cycle of memorial that is marked by historical amnesia, partly imposed, partly consented, even desired. And the third last cycle nowadays is marked by reclamation to the right of memory and truth. Currently, we have the right memory and the right truth is claimed by 2 radicalized fields. One supported by the field of historiography that condemns the dictatorship and values social democracy, and the other sustained by a field of historiography that revalues certain aspects of the dictatorship period, with repercussions in history and in politic development of the country, with a kind of new populist parties that that enforce the situation, and it's a new situation, of course. For the first time, we have parties and historiography that claims for the heritage of the Salazarism, and it's the first time we have this situation.
Ja. Vielen Dank. Das ist
Thank you very much. That is, you named a lot of points which show a lot of parallels. For example, I see a parallel to the instrumentalization which Mrs. Denemarková spoke of the political instrumentalization that surely exists in other countries too. Then you said the right truth. What is the right truth? Of course, indeed, this is a key question, or maybe there are different truths. Many truths probably also exist in reappraising the Estonian history. Mr. Maripuu, let me introduce you. Dr. Meelis Maripuu is an Estonian historian. He specializes on the time of the German occupation from 1941 to 1944 in his country. And he also deals with the time of the Soviet occupation since 1940. Mr. Maripuu worked in the Estonian Foundation for the Investigation of Crimes Against Humanity, and since 2009 he works at the Estonian Institute of Historical Memory. He is chairperson of the board. For the German public, I would like to add that this is a comparable institution to our Stasi Records Agency, not in all functions, but it can be compared in its ideas, more or less. I would like to know what is the situation like at the moment? How would you describe dealing with the double dictatorship in your country? Thank you for this question. If we compare the situation from the different countries, which we talked about yesterday and today, then I think that Estonia is in a special situation because we've got an experience with two different dictatorships and two different regimes. This gives an historian a good possibility to understand different things. We can speak about everything. We can add something to all kinds of discussions about regimes and dictatorships because we were in contact with different dictatorships and regimes. But on the other hand, this means that we've got bigger internal problems because both regimes were terrible. And if you ask people which regime was better or worse, then this is a difficult question. And historians never want to answer and never can answer such a question, of course. The regimes were different. And people made different personal experiences, and they can't say which regime was worse. The question how our people deal with this past today, I have to say that it's not a very current topic in Estonia at the moment. Because those who experienced the German occupation are already very old. And there are few people left who know this regime from the personal experience. And the younger generation is often not very interested about the past of their country. From time to time, journalists or writers want to compare these regimes, and then, of course, they ask historians what the situation looked like. Because historians are the ones who are supposed to have an answer to such questions. For historical science, it is not the main task to compare these regimes. Maybe this is rather a problem for people who live beyond Estonia. If they are interested in the Estonian history, most people don't understand this background, that we have an experience with two dictatorships and that we have a different experience from other countries. And very often many questions remain unanswered, and often we have to explain why we act in a certain way. Thank you very much. You mentioned one thing that probably also holds true for the worldwide situation. And since we have speakers from different countries, I can say worldwide, you mentioned that eyewitnesses die, that people become older. Of course, victims tell different stories from perpetrators, and more often victims tell their stories than the perpetrators. And those who lived through the crimes of the 20th century are very old nowadays, or even died already. So this changes our ways of dealing with history. This is something that is also going on in Germany and changes our approaches to the reappraisal of the past. Thank you very much, Mr. Maripu. Let me introduce you to Markus Meckel. He is a Protestant priest, and he was one of the protagonists of the peaceful opposition and revolution in the GDR. He, together with a friend, initiated the foundation of the Social Democratic Party in the GDR. At that time, it was still called SDP and not SPD, as it is today. He represented this party at the round table. And after the only and last free elections in the GDR, he was party leader. And he was the foreign minister of the GDR, and in this position negotiated the German reunification. He is also a representative of the Federal Foundation for the Study of the Communist Dictatorship in Eastern Germany. Mr. Meckel, Germany sometimes presents itself as an ideal when it comes to dealing with the past. Do you think this is correct? Are there arguments for this? Or what is still lacking if you want to be an ideal? Or is it desirable at all to be such an ideal? I think we should rather talk about what really happened. At 1989, 1990, we were in a situation when we were to shape a transition to democracy. And we were not a large group of people, just me and some friends. And to us, democratization definitely had to do with the reappraisal of the past. To me, it was a disappointment that not only the GDR was the country where history was falsified, but the reappraisal of National Socialism was also a difficult process in the Federal Republic of Germany. Not everything was perfect after 1945. It was a long and complex process. And I remember when I studied, I had a seminar on National Socialism, and I read in the biographies that many of literature, I read that many of the former perpetrators had high-ranking positions in the former in the old Federal Republic. I think of Fritz Bauer, who initiated the Auschwitz trial in the 60s, who said that if he leaves his office, he feels like in a hostile country. And that was the atmosphere in the old Federal Republic. We were enthusiastic because we thought that communism would come to an end and the dictatorship of the GDR would come to an end, and we did not want to repeat these mistakes. And in the People's Chamber, at the round table, and in the newly and freely elected parliament, we started to talk about these topics. We wanted to ensure access to the Stasi records. That was a basic decision in the People's Chamber. We said we definitely have to talk about the elites. We have to support the victims, because this is what democratization means. And the Federal Republic was completely against that. So we had to justify our approach against the West German institutions. In the second half of the 90s, we dealt with this topic intensively. You already named the German commissions of inquiry, and for me it was a wonderful experience that I, as an opposition politician, made this proposal in 1991, and then the opposition was able to establish such a commission at the Bundestag, which also laid the foundation stone for the Federal Foundation for the study of the communist dictatorship. So we have a broad basis. We have foundations, we have memorials for the reappraisal of the communist dictatorship, and in other countries this could not happen because on the one hand they didn't have the means and there was not enough acceptance. The idea of the Federal Foundation was that the reappraisal of the past is a national task, but in post-totalitarian societies it is difficult to find majorities for this task, and that is why it was clear if we had stayed alone in the east of Germany, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So we needed the support, the means, and also the distance of the Federal Republic to establish this foundation in order to counter oblivion, in order to support the small groups who want to deal with the past because they perceive it as a national task. Probably we are in a better position than other countries, but I still see many deficits, and in particular one, namely that our landscape of dealing with the past is very much divided. Mr. Maripu said that dictatorships, it's difficult to compare dictatorships. In Germany, this is still a taboo. We've got groups in our society who are dealing with National Socialism and the Holocaust, and different groups dealing with communism, or other groups dealing with the Second World War or with displacement. So we've got an absolutely divided landscape of dealing with the past, and the links and between these levels and the integration of them is a very difficult task. So I think it is an important task to combine them, to bring them together, and to take in view the history of the whole 20th century. Thank you very much. A divided landscape of dealing with the past is a question that we are supposed to deal with now. It leads to another question that is important for all countries: who is dealing with history? On the one hand, it's scientists and scholars. On the other hand, it's the state, it's civil society initiatives which participate. Mr. Maripu, how do these players act together in Estonia, particularly if we think that Estonia has a big Russian minority, which is probably also active in this field?
Wir hören Sie jetzt nicht.
Ja, jetzt hören Sie. Unsere Situation ist etwas vielleicht ungewöhnlich.
Our situation is a little unusual because our foundation, our institute, is a private foundation. But because we are funded by the state, we were able to work in a rather stable way for the last 20 years. But if somebody wanted to point their finger, you could say that we are state historians, really. So, because so far we haven't developed any political guidelines or anything that we should do research on. So in Estonia, I would say that research on evaluating the past has been funded rather okay. I mean, there has been funding available, I suppose, but on the other hand, there isn't enough funding, of course, which means that we don't have enough historians. That's one thing. There's not enough qualified people, and if one of two historians should not be able to work for some reason, that would mean a big gap for us. Of course, the topics we deal with do resonate within the broader public, but it's sometimes hard to say where professional historical research starts and where people sometimes just write whatever they think about that history. So, in that sense, the Russian minority in Estonia, they no longer have such prominent speakers, shall we say, or spokespersons. They no longer have these prominent representatives in Estonia, so they think and talk about the Estonian question in the context of their families, maybe, probably also at school. We've always had Russian language schools and Estonian language schools, separate schools. And, well, the history teachers in Russian-speaking schools are part of the problem because they often experienced Soviet times, and whatever they talk about in these lessons, we don't actually know. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Denemarková, what's it like in your country, in the Czech Republic? You are also dealing with different sediment layers of history, shall we say. You have written about a Jewish survivor of the Holocaust who returned to her hometown and noted that nothing was as she knew, and she was hitting her head against a brick wall. She had no opportunity at all, no chance to achieve justice. Yours is the view of a writer. That's different to the view of a historian, I would say, but still it reflects something. Could you describe the situation and what it means, in your view, between state-supported remembrance and working with civil society? Well, I would say that literature has become ever more important in our times because there are constructs drawn up by politicians, by historians, but sometimes there are human fates that just don't fit in those constructs. And literature can be a way of showing all these different perspectives. You can have social, political dimensions, but also very intimately what this past means for specific lives, for the families of victims, for example, and what that might have meant in different periods to live through these periods. So I would say that literature can do this, and I certainly always speak from the perspective of the victims. I try to give the victims a voice, and I'm always surprised, really, which groups of victims we actually have that never had a voice and still don't have a voice. You mentioned the novel, and I really, broke all the various taboos, and I was very surprised just how many lies we still have in our century. So I took a figure which came from a German-speaking language and who was Jewish. And she just doesn't understand what's going on. As a child, all of a sudden, she is described as a Jew. She goes to a concentration camp. She survives, and then she returns to her Czech village. And all of a sudden, because of the collective guilt, she is called a Nazi. And that's at the time when 3 million Germans were driven out of Czechoslovakia. And I studied before 1989, so when I was at school, I was told that the Germans were driven out who came to our country with Hitler. So it made good sense. Nobody said that, for centuries, our two peoples lived with each other quite happily. So I wrote this book because this story, it was thousands of cases. And really at the heart of it, it's actually quite banal. It's about ownership. It's about, And I write about things that happened in the past because I still want to understand the truth. And my feeling is that if I want to have the truth, I need to look for it myself without any compromise. And it's always a question also of the present. So the question of refugees, of course, and that's now used by populists in the Czech Republic. And Václav Klaus, he also used it in 2009 when the last Lisbon Treaty was signed. That then led to the election of today's state president. So for the masses, it's always that fear of reprisals and so on. So another thing literature can do, of course, I wasn't the first person to engage with this topic so deeply, to open up this topic. Of course, universities also talked about events in the past, but when historians talk about millions at some distance, then that's different to me taking a figure and showing what all of this has meant emotionally. So I never drew a black and white picture. And it was really interesting what Mr. Meckel just said, because from our perspective, well, in the GDR, it was only the good Germans, and in the Federal Republic, it was just Nazis. That's what I heard as a child anyway. And I grew up with that perspective, the political lies. And those lies were always in the air. But whenever I have readings in German-speaking countries, in Germany or in Austria, I have to say that West Germany really tried very hard, even though it is difficult to deal with this past. In the Czech Republic, we finally started to reconcile ourselves with our past, both the Nazi period and the communist period. Of course, this is very difficult. And personally, I would say that's probably also a failure of our first president, Václav Havel, who is a great idol, really, also for the world. But after the political change, he said we need to start from zero. We need to start from scratch. But for me, it would be important that we at least name the perpetrators and the victims, because that is an important step. Then we give a message to our young people, other than saying it doesn't matter what they've did. So transmitting those values, that's really important. And I would say that we have many, many skeletons in our closet as far as our past is concerned. I deal with those skeletons from the perspective of an author as a writer. And that's important. Literature really has an important role to play. So that's my answer, so to speak. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to now go to Portugal. Mr. Farinha, the central terms of victims and perpetrators, we hear these terms again and again. At the same time, we are saying there are many shades of grey in between. There are perpetrators who were forced into that role, but there's also victims who are guilty of something. With a view to the Salazar dictatorship, how do you deal with those who are classed as victims and perpetrators this? How do you look at these persons in Portugal?
Okay. In Portugal, we have some taboos yet. Well, we talk about victims, but we don't talk about perpetrators yet. It's a question taboo. And that's why that's because of the revolution, the Carnation Revolution. In fact, we had an incomplete and unfair transitional justice. We could not talk about some problems, some subjects, some themes. For instance, we could not discuss the crimes of the colonial war. Why? Because the revolution was made by militaries. The militaries support the colonial war and support the regime, the fascist regime. And at the same time, they dismantle the dictatorship and put the end of the colonial war. So we could not discuss the crimes of the war. That's an example. And there is a lot of crimes at the African colonial war during certain years. This is now discussing by the new historiography, and it's very disturbing to all society. It's very very bad to the mythological society. There was no crimes at war. There was no war, and now saying that was a war, that was crime, that was victims, that was perpetrators, that the perpetrators might be the militaries. It was very, very difficult to say. And well, that's why we had not really reconciliation and a clean break. It was a false clean break in the 80s and in the 90s, conducted by the politic powers. And this is not a solution, of course, because of this we have now the sleeping demons occurring return in the society. So what we think about this now in the Portuguese society, we talk about a truth and justice commission to talk about the African episodes, but frankly, I think it's not possible to talk about this last 15 years and make another new transitional justice. What is possible is what we need is dialogue. What we need is tolerance. What we need is not silence, of course, not denying, not erasing the memory, but we need studying, we need discussing, we need social remembering, we need truth, of course, and again tolerance if and when perspectives are full incompatible. And that's why in the last 10 years, state powers have founded a lot of memorials and museums. We have in 2011 Aljube, in Aljube Museum, the voices of the victims, a great exposition, the demonstration. In 2015, the Museum of Aljube and Resistance that I directed the last 5 years. Now we are installing the new National Museum of Resistance and Freedom in a fortress that was the concentration camp North Lisbon. And we are accompanying the memorial of the concentration camp in Cape Verde, Africa. Is now beginning the process. And what is important that these new memorials are not found to commemorate, are made to have more knowledge and recognizing of the victims and the perpetrators too. It's very important. Aljube Museum last 5 years is just local to promote knowledge and recognizing of the victims and perpetrators, of course.
Ja. Vielen Dank. Lassen Sie uns bei diesen.
Thank you very much. Let us, in our discussion, highlight that it is necessary to compare the perspectives of victims and perpetrators. And let us look to South Africa again. Mr. Grill, you were very patient and listened a lot. And you already mentioned the mechanism and the wish of the Truth Commissions to contribute to finding the truth. Let us come back to the question, what worked well in South Africa and what would you say are means of transitional justice which could work differently, and where do the Truth Commissions find their limitations in South Africa? I hope that my internet connection will remain stable, because my laptop says it is unstable. Can you still hear me? Yes, we can hear you, no problem. Okay, the Truth Commission was the attempt to initiate a healing process. For the victims, however, they knew the truth in most of the cases, but they didn't know the perpetrators. Now they have to live with knowing the perpetrators, but the main problem of the Truth Commission was that it was constructed in a wrong way. The people claimed justice and received a truth that they basically already knew, but they didn't get justice. And where there's no justice, there's no reconciliation. And if you look at South Africa today, then it is one of the countries with the largest inequality in the world. Just according to the Gini coefficient, it is the most unequal country in the world. That is in a coefficient that compares the inequality level of different countries. And that is the case in South Africa. The perpetrators were mostly white and the victims were mostly black. And now, just as in apartheid, the blacks are marginalized, they are the poorest, and that hasn't changed at all. And that is why the young generation today is very skeptical against the attempt to deal with the past. Dealing with the past or reappraisal. The German word Aufarbeitung is a problematic word. So the criticism, there's a lot of criticism today against the success of the Truth Commission that was celebrated when it was established. So today we would choose a different approach, as for example was chosen in Rwanda. In Rwanda there were different difficulties because of the genocide, which cost 800,000 lives. In Rwanda there were more than 780 judges but only 20 of them survived. And a truth commission could not be established there. It doesn't work in poor societies because you need a functioning democracy, you need a functioning legal system, and a big number of legal staff and financial means. So countries as Ivory Coast or Gambia or other developing countries couldn't establish such truth commissions. And that is why Rwanda chose the way of so-called judges. They are people's trials or people's tribunals. It sounds strange, particularly to German ears, but these are courts or tribunals that Habermas would have called the basis of a process of self-perception or self-understanding of societies. It is a process that I would also prefer for South Africa today. Thank you very much. We don't only have the opportunity to talk to each other, but the audience also has the possibility to ask questions in the chat. And I received one question from the audience, which asks for the perspective of South Africa on the colonial era and on how Europe deals with the colonial era and which role this process of dealing with colonialism plays in South Africa. It is a large question. I would like to pass it to you, Mr. Grill, because maybe you can draw something from this question that can be compared to the situation of other countries too. Professor Farinha already mentioned how Portugal deals with its colonial past and how difficult that is. I would say that in comparison to Portugal, Germany lags much more behind when it comes to reappraising its colonial past. In Germany, people wrongly believe that the German colonial era was very short, namely only 30 years, and that the colonies after the end of the First World War with the Versailles Treaty were taken away from the Germans, and that then the Germans were no longer able to do any harm there, and that the Belgians, the Portuguese, the British were much worse colonizers than the Germans. And this is a myth which has survived until today. Only in the recent years, Germany started to deal with its colonial past in more detail. However, this also has to do with the fact that dealing with the Holocaust and National Socialism played a much larger role for Germany. And only today we realize what terrible crimes Germany and Germans committed in Africa. For example, in Namibia, Germany was responsible for a genocide in Namibia. But this kind of reappraisal is a very new one, and it only started. It had to do, for example, with the question of the restitution of looted art, the question of reparations and compensations for victims of colonial terror, with the question of establishing the Humboldt Forum, a museum in Berlin. And I would say Professor Farinha in Portugal told us that Portugal is much further ahead of us. And in how far do the African societies demand this dealing with the colonial past? It is a demand to Europeans because they were the colonizers. And this history, of course, can also be dealt with by the victims in the former colonies. The Africans, particularly the younger generation, very strongly claims dealing with the colonial past. For example, in South Africa, their symbols of the colonial era are being removed. Statues, street names, names of villages are being removed. And the deeper structures that the colonial time left in society, for example, also in the minds of people, this is something that the young generation started to deal with and perceives as the most important task. But our task as former colonizers is to become aware of this history and to deal with it. And here I repeat myself, we still have to do a lot. Markus Meckel, you are nodding very strongly, and that is why I would like to ask you, Mr. Grill just described that Germany doesn't perceive itself as a colonizing power, and that is why for a long time we've neglected this part of our history, and in particular did not deal with this history critically. What do we get if we start to deal with our colonial past? Mr. Grill just mentioned that for a reappraisal of the 20th century, for us, the Second World War, the Holocaust, and the crimes connected to it were in the focus of the public discussions, and that is why we did not deal with the First World War, and we didn't focus on the whole century. We just focused on the Holocaust. Until today, I have to say that National Socialism is connected to the Holocaust in the first place, and the other crimes that were committed during the Second World War lag behind. Last year, we had a heated debate in the German parliament about the war of destruction in the East that cost millions of lives in Belarus, 27 million of victims in Belarus, Poland, Ukraine, and other countries. And these crimes are not present in the German mind. And I was very glad that the then President Joachim Gauck in 2015 mentioned the Soviet prisoners of war. We have more than 3 million dead Soviet prisoners of war. And this is a large number. Of course, 6 million dead Jews after the Holocaust is also an atrocious number, but we don't have in mind the victims apart from the victims of Holocaust. After 2005, we very strongly debated the Armenian genocide in Turkey, and only a short time ago, Germany recognized this as a genocide, because for a long time, Germany was convinced that we should develop a joint perspective together with Turkey, and that it was why we were not allowed to call this genocide a genocide. You already mentioned the genocide of the Nama and the Herero at the beginning of the 19th century, the 20th century, between 1904 and 1907. And this is a genocide that was recognized by Germany just recently. The then Minister of Development, Heide Wieczorek-Zoll, mentioned that and was criticized very harshly by the then Chancellor and Foreign Minister of Germany when she talked about this around 2004. So these parts of history have a large impact. When we look at our museums, we find human remains, skulls, for example, that play an important role for the Namibian tribes, and that should be restituted because they belong to the Namibian history. But many of these things are in Germany. They aren't even exhibited. They are in archives, in stocks, and there is a debate to pass them, to give them back, which is not easy because at first you have to identify where they come from. So we realize that our own cultural history to a large extent has to do with our guilt, with its entanglement, with the histories of other countries. This year, we want to reopen the rebuilt Berlin Castle as a museum a place of history, and this is a place where these debates are being held. I'm very glad that we are having these debates today, and I absolutely agree with Mr. Grill that we are still at the very beginning of this process. And last sentence, of course, we can draw parallels. Let me quote one sentence. The genocide of the Armenians was used or was needed or was used by Hitler. He said, we can do that with the Jews if the Turks did that to the Armenians. So there are traditions or histories which have to do with our own history. And that is why I would like to ask once again for looking at our perspective, at our history, not only from a German perspective.
Nein, per Mail erreichte uns eine Frage, die ich direkt
Thank you very much. There's a question in the chat, in the email that I'd like to pass on to you directly. It refers to something that you have touched upon several times, which is state-supported reappraisals of the past. We mentioned the Commission of Inquiry on the past of the SED dictatorship. So the question is, were West German elites perhaps also active in prohibiting a re-evaluation of the past? Were there any protagonists that didn't want the Stasi archives to become accessible? Could you answer that question? I think it's a question
den heutigen, und ich möchte doch, dass der
that also was carried over from yesterday's panel. So, Mr. Meckel. Gosh, it's a complicated one. I'll try to be brief. With respect to making the Stasi archives accessible, it's very clear that the freely elected People's Chamber decided to do this. Helmut Kohl did not want this. Sir Schäuble also did not want this. It had to be fought for. And then there were some protests. There was even a strike and a hunger strike locally. And in the People's Chamber, in the GDR's parliament, we did manage to insist that Stasi files weren't just transported off somewhere in order to be stored, but that they were made accessible. And that, I still believe, was a key achievement. Because this also broke open the entanglements of power and how oppression actually took place, how it could be. It was then possible to understand how that happened. And of course, it also gave back dignity to the victims. If you can look at your file, you can see what happened to you, what they did to you. So the Commission of Inquiry was an initiative of the German Bundestag. The fundamental thought was that the Bundestag, which was 4/5 West and 1/5 East initially, today, of course, it's more of a mix because some people are candidates in the East while originally being from the West and so on. But you have to actually know that story to enable the Bundestag to then deal with the consequences of that history. So apart from the foundation, another project was to come up with a concept for memorials. And that then led to also memorials for the victims of National Socialism to benefit from that, because for the first time, federal funding was made available at that point. So Dachau, for example, the former concentration camp, now receives federal funding. Before then, it had to find its own funding. Local memorials were initiated by civil society, and I think the Commission of Inquiry did a good job. It held many hearings. It gave much space to different groups within society to voice their concerns. So I believe we did a good job creating the foundation that we now have. So yes, it's a state-funded way of enabling society to deal with this, and it's a way of also giving money to minorities, local minorities, in order to do this work. because we're convinced that it's important. So this is what we pushed through in the Bundestag back then. We were convinced that reappraising, dealing with the past, is a federal responsibility, even though critical questions need to be asked. Okay, thank you. I'd like to come back to an important point which also was touched upon yesterday. That's the question of how can we also touch younger people with the work that we do, with our historical perspective? How can we respond to questions that younger members of society are asking? Younger people probably are interested in many things, but not necessarily the history of dictatorships. How can we give them a sense of how important that history is? And how can we explain to them that they should be asking their own questions? That they can join in this whole process, and how they can maybe also ask certain questions within their families, to ask, what has happened in the past, what things perhaps were never quite revealed. So how younger people can develop a new relationship to history. And I'd like to start with Ms. Denemarková. In the Czech Republic, young people probably also aren't enthusiastic to watch historical films on television, right? Or to read historical books. What's your observations and what are your experiences when it comes to younger people's engagement with the dark chapters of the past? Yeah, for the younger generation, the past, you're right, is not as important. Certainly, theoretical discussions are not as important. But again, in literature, it's easier because then you talk about specific people, about fates and emotions. So emotions are very important in getting young people to think more about what happened to people, and then to become more interested in the context. They are interested then in the time that this character lived, for example, and what it all meant. Specifically in Eastern Europe and in the Czech Republic. I mean, you mentioned the novel that I wrote. That is now a compulsory read for the school leaving classes, for the older kids. And that's important because they can identify with the central protagonist and they feel sorry for the victim and so on. And because of these emotions, because that's life and, the family life that's described, that then brings them to questions on, not least questions on the present. And I enjoy giving readings to younger people. Sometimes it's very, powerful as an experience. So, for me, it's all about looking back at the history. It's about revealing all the skeletons in all the cupboards. It's asking all the awkward questions. It's about breaking open the silence. Society is not so different to families. If you don't deal with a trauma at some point, it'll come back to haunt you much later on. So for me, it's important to use literature to reconstruct model situations. And then we come to the present. And then the questions are, well, why do we have problems today? Why do we have certain problems today? And then they realize everything is connected to everything else, certainly in the Czech Republic. Again, the victims, did we offend them, for example, in the Czech Republic? The victims never got back any dignity. For example, there was always that polarity between victims and perpetrators. So young people then say, for example, oh, we like this project that we know from Germany, the federal political education, for example, in Germany. I can also say that many people in the Czech Republic are frustrated mostly people who are introverted, don't like to speak out, people who are sensitive. And a lot of people were also paralyzed by what happened all of a sudden. You know, I'm talking about the rise of the populist parties now and the direction the country is taking, that we are once again a satellite state, a vassal state of Russia. So again, for me, that I also saw parallels. I traveled to China, where I experienced, the kind of the worst of communism and the worst of capitalism. They were kind of kissing each other in a way, and all of a sudden, this is working, and everyone's admiring it. So, and they also admire politicians in Eastern Europe, because the brutal police state then describes them as a harmonious society. So when I talk to young people, whether something is a political truth or a lie, it doesn't really matter. If I give meaning back to language, then all of a sudden, all those people who were paralyzed, who felt that they had no power whatsoever, had no voice, it shows them that it's worth taking up a position, it's worth speaking out. I mean, all the things that were mentioned previously today, all the various genocides, the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, for example. For me, it's always important to link those crimes to the situation today. I have a text, for example, on concentration camps in China right now, where minorities are interned. So all these experiences that we can take from history, that we are aware of, many situations are repeating themselves now. You need to name those things as they are. You need to call them what they are and be truthful. And say, okay, maybe, I don't know, maybe in 20 years' time, there'll be another conference like this where we talk again about the genocides that are happening right now. Because it's always about people. And another thing that's really important for young people, for the young generation, I was very surprised that there is a kind of automatic censorship. It's a bit like in Hungary. That's even more dangerous than censorship. It's actually people not speaking out, people censoring themselves, actually. And thank you. So if I understand you correctly, dealing with history, dealing with the past, it's important to strengthen individual resilience to populist views, right? So to build up that resilience and also to make the young generation aware of authoritarian tendencies, or, all of a sudden, it's okay to say certain things that... so I want to ask Mr. Maripuu now about Estonia. Can we really engage with the past, with our history, also with international history, with the aim of making our societies more resilient, to enable them to retain their democracies? Is that an illusion, do you think? Or is that something that's possible and conceivable, do you think? I would say it's not just an illusion, that we can learn from history.
Es spielt eigentlich nicht die wichtigste Rolle, welche Ideologie dahinter steckt.
It doesn't really make that much difference what ideology is behind it. In Estonia, we have experience with different regimes. And of course, regimes never exactly repeat what's gone before, even though there are some similarities and some repetition maybe also. But what we need to try for the younger generations is to show through these examples from the past what has gone on so that they are more sensitive towards certain tendencies. They need to be aware and see that when a certain process is already there and present, you need to do something. You can't just sit back. Because in different societies, we always have people who want to respond and who don't choose democratic elections or similar means. And we can observe this in Europe today. Many political regimes are trying to refer to history to justify their ideologies. So they build their own nations, I suppose, and they also try to draw in the neighbors under their sphere of power. If we look at what's happening around Russia, and maybe also on the borders of Belarus, this is becoming obvious, and we see that historical experiences tell us that there's a danger, really, of history or some parts of history repeating themselves.
Thanks a lot. The question is, how can we counter this danger? Mr. Grill, does a glance into our past help us? Or as you mentioned at the beginning, isn't this question more about improving the economic situation of the people? You said if dealing with the past is good, and in the best case, it can contribute to a reconciliation between the people, but it can't become really fruitful if the economic situation also improves significantly. Is this your ultimate answer, or does a glance into divided societies that we also have in Europe show that these things have to be looked at separately? A division in a country like South Africa is much deeper. You can't compare that with Eastern European or Central European countries. There are tremendous differences. If we look back into the past and ask ourselves what the Truth Commission did, then we can say that it at least decreased the number of historical lies. That is a success. But relatives of the victims see that perpetrators who acknowledged their crimes and got an amnesty, that they today have the opportunity to spend their time in golf clubs, they live in the countryside, they have a lot of money, and the majority of the Black population lives in poverty in townships, surrounded by diseases, by violence. And for the majority of the population, even 30 years after the end of apartheid, the situation hasn't changed. And that is why it is said that truth or justice was sacrificed, or justice was sacrificed on the altar of truth. However, justice can only be achieved by an improved economy. And millions of South Africans were just neglected. regime change in South Africa was glorified in other countries, but in fact, it was just negotiated between the German elite and a small black elite. So the political apartheid was abolished and replaced by an economic apartheid. And as long as this is the case, no Truth Commission will help us. Thank you very much. Let us look back to Portugal. Mr. Farinha, it was justice was something we talked about now. Compensation, yes, but justice. And this leads us to the question to a legal reappraisal. And here I would like to look into your country again, a country in which contemporary witnesses are still there, are still alive, people who committed crimes. And in how far is there a trend to hold them responsible in courts, and in how far are crimes prosecuted by courts?
Well, I think it's not possible today returning to the transitional justice of after the revolution. 15 years had passed already, and it's not possible. Now, what we need is recognizing the situation, not only know, but recognizing the victims, recognizing the situation, and with some instruments like schools, are not enough. Because programs are incomplete, and studying of these things touch a few people nowadays in Portugal. And the problem is that we have a social memory that is insufficient and lies. We have a mythological history and memory that comes from the propaganda, fascist propaganda. Yet we think, people think, yet that Portuguese colonialism was a different kind of colonialism. People think that Estado Novo, Salazarism, was not a fascist regime, but rather a dictatorship with some virtualities. A large majority of the Portuguese population was an accomplice, and rather than a victim. That's a discussion today. Portuguese discoveries of the 15th and 16th centuries left behind a prevailing legacy, not slavery, not forced labor, but a humanist legacy. Well, we are plenty of lies in social memory. We need truth. We need to discuss. We need truth. We need. My experience in Aljube Museum is very, very interesting with the young generations. We put ex-prisoners, ex-fighters in colonial war, ex-persecuted as victims, as exiled, talking with young people, listening to the victims, and it was very, very interesting. This dialogue between young people and the last generations, and I think it's necessary to, for example, to visit the Aljube Museum. That was a prison. When I end a visit to a lot of young people, they said to me normally, Well, I didn't know nothing of this. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know with my family. I didn't know. I saw another thing about this. In school, I did. They didn't tell me nothing about this. Well, we need several instruments of talking and with new generations. That's the only way, because that's not possible to judge the perpetrators now. But in Portugal, we need to talk with the perpetrators and about the perpetrators. It's it's not a taboo. It might not be a taboo in the future, I think. That's the way I think. There's no way more than dialogue, than discussing, than trying to put the investigation of history in the books of the schools. There's a great difference between investigation, what we investigate in history, and what we teach in schools. That's some things completely different. We must multiply the forms to talk about this with the new generation, not to be nostalgic with the past, but trying to promote democratic approaches to the present and to the future, because we think in Aljube, we think that it can happen again. It can happen again. It's when problems, big problems, when we think with big problems like great wars, migrations, pandemics, climatic problems, and so on. When we think about these great problems, we think between us in Portugal, we think it can happen again. It can happen again, and we must be and we must be alert with these new situations. Dealing with the past helps to understand that for instance, totalitarian governance in the fascist period were imposed by elections, referendums and coup d'etat, and so on, and supported by armies, churches, and media. And this is how I think that we can think about dealing with the past and with the history. Historic fascism, for example, were implanted in a situation of social and political degradation of liberal regimes. And we have now a lot of non-liberal regimes, constitutional, of course, but non-liberal regimes, even in Europe. And we must think that consensus and significant parts of the population around a totalitarian regime is possible in conditions of insecurity and fear, like some of the situations we know today. So we have a lot to do. That's what I think.
Vielen Dank. Das war der Hinweis.
Thank you very much. You pointed out the fragility of democratic societies, and of course that also touches on the question in how far we can reach resilience by creating an awareness for the danger of authoritarian structures and the dangers that come from the glorification of certain parts of our past and our national past. We already mentioned contemporary witnesses, and I already asked how the fact that contemporary witnesses of the 20th century are dying changes the perception of the 20th century. Now I've received a question in the chat, which I would like to pass on to you. In how far and how long should we acknowledge or should we perceive the relatives of victims as victims? So how long does history survive in victims or in relatives of the victims? Aren't they branded as something that they don't perceive themselves like? Mrs. Denemarková, would you like to answer this question from your encounters with contemporary witnesses and also with their relatives?
Das ist wieder interessant, zum Beispiel auch mit den Zeitzeugen. Wenn
It
Sie
is very interesting with the contemporary witnesses. I experienced several times that sometimes they speak about their own experience or their own stories, and in the public they speak about rather collective history or a collective memory. In private, then they admit how complicated it was. It is, of course, always easier to look to speak about things with hindsight, and not everybody is able to think critically or to know what everything is about. We see this today. And then I think there are many questions, for example, about the Holocaust, which are easier to be answered in a larger context or from today's point of view. The Holocaust took place in a highly civilized Europe, in a Christian Europe, but still it was possible. And in my texts, I try to sense the atmosphere that we are living in today. And I would like to mention one thing, because it was interesting when you asked about the young generation. They are really living in a difficult time because they experience conspiracy theories, social media, fake news, and in authoritarian regimes, schools have new textbooks. This is the case, for example, in Poland, and history is always being processed against the background of nationalism. Every country wants to feel themselves as victims, as wants to glorify their history, and many populist politicians rewrite their history. Everybody has this Berlusconi syndrome. Our prime minister is an oligarch. The first thing he said was to buy the two biggest newspapers. Now he wants to influence other public media. And of course, when it comes to our past, the past is processed from a different perspective and is very often presented as a lie. What do I want to say with this? We always go 2 steps back and 1 step forward. I live in a time when my Russian friends tell me that our cultural center is again called after Stalin. So it's incredible, but this mass murder is being celebrated there. In 2016, the Russian television showed a documentary about 1968, and it was not about the occupation. It was about the fact that Russia rescued, saved Europe, and all these lies are present again. And it is really difficult nowadays. You know, this is a large gap between universities and scientific institutes and the masses. And for me, the difficult question is Or maybe it's always like this. Maybe you just have to carry on to show courage, personal courage, and to be active and to show again and again what our past can mean for our future. Because in Hungary and Poland, it's always an interim period. Something starts, something can be felt because it's already there in the atmosphere. Everybody said this can't happen, like Viktor Orban or the Kaczynski brothers in Poland. They always used their history, their own past, to present themselves as dissidents. So propaganda is very easy nowadays. I myself use the old word humanism in my texts, and I try to explain what it means and why it is important, why it is so important to speak about democracy and human rights. And this starts in our kitchen, basically. And then it passes the whole society. And for me, there is something else, and that is a struggle about our language, about the meaning of words. We must give the words the meaning back. Today, nobody wants to bear responsibility for what they say or what they write. And that's also a harsh struggle.
Gerne doch nochmal diese Frage nach der veränderten Situation.
Max Meckel, I'd like to come back to changing situation because the previous generation is dying. So the focus is now shifting to those who have heard the stories from those who experienced them. Is that enough, is my question? And does it not also replant the question, to what degree subsequent generations are still influenced by what happened in the past? In Germany, there's now solid research on the impact of the Holocaust on the second and third generations, for example. So not just the primary victims of the Holocaust, but those who lost their homes during the bombardments in the war, or the families of soldiers who committed crimes. So some research has been done on subsequent generations who have felt psychological effects, even though they didn't experience the war or certain regimes. Can you tell us what you think this might imply and what we might need, again, in order to keep that discourse on history open within society and to develop new questions? Well, we are still in the process of transition, and it takes a while, quite naturally. The contemporary witnesses of National Socialism are pretty much gone, but yes, there are the children who also experienced a lot and who can say from first-hand experience what happened, even though they themselves are not contemporary witnesses. And for the period of communism, we'll have contemporary witnesses for some time to come. But also for the specific work of memorials, for example, there the work with contemporary witnesses is very important in the context of young generations. But of course, nowadays there's also a wide range of films and documentation where contemporary witnesses spoke out. And Mrs. Denemarková has mentioned it repeatedly, the question of art, the question of film. Those are very important. Culture transports immediate emotionality, can generate emotionality or an emotional response. And I think we need to give more attention to that, to make sure there's sufficient funding. I think this should be an important consideration, also on top of science, which is also important, but the two shouldn't be played off against each other. I also think the question of authentic places is important, and personal family histories. It affects me personally when I know that my father was an officer in the Wehrmacht, on the one hand, 4.5 years after the war, well, he spent 4.5 years in the Soviet Union after the war, interned into a gulag. I visited some of those places, but I also know that he was a soldier in Minsk. So I look towards Belarus today, and if I know that more than a quarter of the population was killed in the Second World War, then that affects me as a person. And I say, well, I can only hope that my father had no part in that. But even if he himself wasn't engaged in such crimes, he was part of an army. He was part of a military structure that then enabled those crimes to be committed. So you don't ever get away from that. You can't get out of that. I was president of the German Association for War Graves for a while, and I was often confronted with the question of how do we deal with the fact that on the one hand, German soldiers, of course, can't summarily be blamed for everything that's happened during the Nazi regime. On the other hand, our soldiers' graveyards also signify these crimes. And German politics has not yet found a language for dealing with this in an appropriate way. I tried to instigate a debate, but I failed. The question was, how do we remember without honoring the dead? I mean, we're saying, well, okay, these are our fathers, our grandparents. We don't want to honor them, but of course they're present in our society. They're parts of family histories. So there are many such connections that show these emotional connections. And my experience is that young people actually relate to this very well if it's not done in a confrontative way and if it's not just school teachers, teaching. I think we need to be more creative in how we do this. And a lot of things are already happening in a good way. The experience we have as our foundation is that young people are open to these topics. It's just that we need to improve our educational policies. I also found what Mr. Grill was very convincing with respect to the social question. We need to be clear on the fact that after the First World War, all newly created states were built as parliamentary democracies initially. 15 years later, apart from Czechoslovakia and Finland, none remained. Germany became a terrible dictatorship, but other countries also turned into totalitarian states. And it also relates back to the social question after the economic crisis. So the relationship between human well-being in a very material sense is important because that well-being is essential for actually then enabling participation. So we need to look at that connection much more, I believe. Thank you very much. That's almost a closing word. Looking at the time, I'd like to make a cut at that point. Our task is to think of what we can learn from our own engagement with history. Is there anything that can be transferred maybe to other countries? I'd like to do one final round out of all the many things we've heard, all the many facets that we spoke about. Of course, we could have gone into greater depth, but time is always short and we are talking about a very diverse range of countries. The 5 countries we talked about, of course, they're very, very different. So it's a challenge, but nevertheless, could I ask you to think of something that you heard over the last 2 hours where you say, maybe that country did something better than we did, or maybe I heard something that I could imagine also doing in our country, something that could work maybe in your specific contexts. And I'll start with Ms. Denemarková. Is there anything that made you say, wow, I wouldn't have thought that this happened in Portugal, for example, or in Estonia? I didn't realize things were that way. Is there anything that you take away, something that fascinates you enough to want to take it home with you? Actually, everything that was said was very important. And of course, all of us who are taking part in this discussion, but we know what we are struggling for, I would say. I see us very much as struggling for the same thing. And sure, it's always interesting personally to listen to all these various skeletons in countries covered. But the principles sound very similar to me, and what I've heard from everyone is that it takes a long time to actually name things of the past. But again, I would say emotions, well, at least from what I've heard, emotions play an important role everywhere. And over recent years, where nationalism rose its head again, where many I mean, originally, I was so glad that borders had been overcome within Europe, and now we are seeing a re-emergence of nationalist thinking. And I thought, gosh, that's going to make it harder to to look at the shared history that we all have. And it's going to make it harder to deal with the big issues of our time, like pandemics or climate change and all of that. Coming back to language, I took the truth commissions that Mr. Grill referred to, the idea of the truth commission. I see again and again that the victims, the people who are victims, they experience situations they experience situations where justice just never arrived. And I'm sure we can all relate to that at a personal level. We might have also experienced different situations where we feel that justice was never served. And the issue is, well, how can we deal with this thing that we might just wait for something to happen? We might wait for this justice to arrive at some point. How do we deal with that waiting? So that's really what I was thinking about in the context of what I've been hearing. Okay, thank you. Mr. Maripo. I'd like to point I take away differences in dealing with history when the authoritarian regime we're dealing with was our own, or whether there was an occupational force, for example, if it was a German regime or a Russian regime, for example. There's a difference. If it's a foreign regime, so to speak, that gives much more opportunity to deal with that more easily. Of course, Estonians collaborated with both the German and the Russian regimes. And the general assessment of what was right, what was wrong, the taboos we have, that's actually easier for us than maybe for the Portuguese situation, where the dictatorship was homemade, so to speak. So I can actually count myself as fortunate in a sense, because the dictatorships in Estonia were imposed. So, yeah, there's a difference that I perceive. Yeah, sometimes it's a useful mirror to look at other countries to see how you feel. Mr. Farinha, maybe just a brief final statement. We have touched upon many points already, of course. So, yeah.
I'm very critical in comparison. I think only in terms we can communicate to each other. because as a historian, I think all things of a politic process are interesting to explain different answers. The question is to know different historic processes as answers for similar problems, and all kinds of answers are important to me, and that what I have learned in this panel is that we only deal with the future if we are dealing with past. There is no future without the past. There's the only way to understand something about our life is to understand the past.
Ja. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Das ist sicherlich ein Schlusswort.
Thank you very much. That's certainly some closing words that we'll take with us. Mr. Grill, you are quite some distance, physically I mean, to Europe. Have you heard anything that perhaps was surprising, or anything that you found encouraging, perhaps, from what you've heard? Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting panel. I'd like to thank all the participants. I think what brings us together is the recognition that we need to raise much more historical awareness, in particular in times of new irrationalism or conspiracy theory and anti-enlightenment, that we learn how do we get from A to B. And my big example there is the post-colonial debate, because that is a debate that deals with global relationships of power and rule. It's about global inequality. It's about the grand challenges of the present, such as migration, terrorism, climate change, global food. So, the really crucial topics that need to be seen against their historical roots and historical perspective. Thank you. That was the global perspective. Markus Meckel, what is your takeaway message? Something perhaps that we haven't talked about for a while, maybe also an idea for a future panel, perhaps? Well, with respect to the specific situation of the country, I thought the Portuguese example was very important to me, because for me it was the one I know least about. And it contained many things that were new to me about the situation in Portugal and social perspectives. But again, I see many connections, many parallels to the difficulties in other countries. So I believe the entire conference, but also for ourselves, was enriched by looking beyond our national borders. So, I think our cultural remembrance needs to build on dialogue. It needs to be ready to talk some truths, but it also needs to be prepared to listen to the experiences of others. That seems to be the key message, really. And therefore, I really enjoyed our discussion. And one last point, Ms. Denemarková mentioned humanism earlier, which is the foundation of everything. I would agree that the perspective from which we engage with the past is enormously important. Anti-communism, anti-Bolshevism, if we take those, can have different sources. It doesn't necessarily have to come from a democratic perspective. Nazis, for example, Hitler was also an anti-Bolshevist. And he was able to rally parts of the German society around him, amongst them the churches and many other players. Which is why many elites after the war, after 1945, in the West, just carried on with this continuity, anti-Bolshevism, and they, had a good home in the Federal Republic without necessarily being Democrats, because that took a while to build. So what matters, I think, is that perspective of values from which we then look towards the past. And that humanist perspective is important because it is all about human dignity. That needs to be the center. Human dignity, which is something which is everybody's right. That is important. And human rights, of course, are everybody's rights. They are universal. You can't just call them a Western idea. So that seems to be the core of our effort. And from the perspective of dignity, everybody has a choice in every situation. That leads towards responsibility. And if we learn this together in processes like this, then we'd be a big step forward. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of our panel. We've come to the end of our event. I'd like to thank you all very much. We talked about different ways of dealing with the past. And in nearly all your contributions, we kept hearing something which we could call the ghosts of the past. And apart from the bad ghosts, the bad spirits, maybe there's also a good spirit every so often, which is also part of national history or global history, and that doesn't want to be overlooked either. I don't really see that good spirit in the colonial history, but that's a different topic. So thank you very much, especially to you, Mr. Farinha. You said that you had some health problems. Thank you so much to still be part of our discussion. Thank you that you tried to listen to what we were saying. So a special thanks to you. But also thank you to everyone else, Mr. Denemarková, Mr. Maripo, thank you very much to Tallinn, and of course all the way to South Africa, Mr. Grill, thank you very much to you as well. Thank you for dealing with these topics that don't maybe necessarily have to do with South Africa, even though we want to broaden our perspective by focusing on colonial histories. And of course, last not least, thank you to Markus Meckel and the Federal Foundation for hosting the conference. It was also supported by the Federal Commission for the New Federal States. So thank you also for the perfect technical support by Audio Sprint. I'd like to thank the interpreters who have made it easier to Mr. Farinha to listen. Thanks to Susanne Konczak and Kira G, who were the interpreters. And I very much hope that we can see each other at some point in the future, because I'm sure we haven't answered all the questions that need to be answered. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And also thank you to the participants, of course. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.